Ladies and gentlemen, and our NB comrades, welcome back here to the DPC in the lower division of China. This is going to be a continuation of the series here. It's YBB Gaming taking on the side of CDEC. One of these two teams will walk away with a W. Right now, it's looking very likely to be YBB, allowing them to extend their current run of form to 4-1 here in the lower division. However, on the other side, CDEC are struggling, having lost game one. They might be on track to go 5 losses back to back to back to back to back. Terrible way to start the season. Terrible way to stay in the lower division. And Drag and Drop, do they have a chance? Did you see enough in game one to give you confidence that they might have an opportunity here going into game number 2?
Well, yeah, I think they had the right idea of how they needed to play the draft. The problem is the draft wasn't very good here because of the Starblade and because of the way it ended up shaping out, right? Because, I mean, we identified exactly how the game's gonna go, basically from the draft, right? Because the moment the Starblade becomes too strong, the moment you use BKB, a couple of damage items and whatnot, they just don't have any solutions to it in the later parts of the game. There was a bit of a question mark with the Razor. Again, I was flagging out the strength of that refresher orb. But even that was not enough, because if Terrorblade can just kill you, then obviously you need to stay alive in the fight to really take advantage of that. So it was not enough, and I think this is where they need to start. You know, if you have a more even draft, I think CDC have they've proven that they know how they should be playing, what timings they need to hit. So if they have a draft that actually works and doesn't get countered in this late game timing, then I think they have a shot. Yeah.
We'll have to see if they can make that happen, though. I think, I like what you're saying there about, they understand what to do, right? And for me, this opening 2 picks sort of gives credence to that idea that they understand that where they were strongest in that previous game was in the earlier portion of things before things got really stuck into the proper mid game, where the Terrorblade, obviously, for Lu just went crazy. So they go for Nyx Lina, ensuring that they have another good laning phase for themselves, but also make sure that when the laning phase ends and they start participating in that early mid game, they have more tools, right? In the previous game, of course, they had the Omox Disruptor to help them out in this regard, but Nyx Assassin is a bit more aggressive of a hero. You know, you don't need to already be ahead for this hero to become effective for your team. So I kind of like the idea that CDC are at least starting to approach this by thinking, you know, let's not even bother trying to challenge them later and later. Let's go all in. We were already pretty all in game one, but let's double down. Make sure that we win the laning phase, and from there we can just start to bully them all across the map. Because I think that's part of the issue of game one, right? That they eventually ran out of opportunities to keep that bully job going, and YBB just stopped being afraid of them after a point.
Yeah, so to stop being afraid, they were the ones initiating the fights themselves, right? You could really tell that was the case, right? Because they were just going in on Storm on the back of our unit's mass initiation, you know, just bursting somebody down. Not just the random support, but they also found Kunkka a couple of times, you know, just taking him out of the fight. Razor as well. There was some shenanigans in the top lane at times, where Razor was kind of alone and then got caught out, turns around, gets a storm kill. Then one by one, more heroes come in from both sides, and it's an interesting way for a team fight to ensue, but
yeah,
it does happen at times. Alright, CDC going back for this Treant.
Okay. Alright, so they still feel like the Treant, they feel like it wasn't a problem for Ignis. And to be fair, Ignis actually did do a pretty good job with this hero. He stalled the game for quite a while, especially in that bottom lane. We saw some really good usages of Overgrowth, which turned things around and ensured that they were able to actually get kills on heroes like Lu. And they also had a situation where just by having the tree, they had somebody to run forward, break smokes, be this beefcake, tank up some spells for them. So I think this, of all the heroes that emerged in game one's draft, this is probably the one I have the least problem seeing again here from CDEC.
Yeah. Yeah, the Treant Protector wasn't a problem. He was doing his job, right? He was maintaining map control, extending the game, keeping these towers alive. The problem in the last game was that that was the exact opposite of what they needed in the draft, right? Because they had no solution to the Terrorblade late game. So I would presume that they would... I mean, Towerblade's banned out, but there's still plenty of other late game carries here for YBB to pick up if they want to. But with Razor in the field and the Bad Rider now as well, they might be the ones who want to switch up the pace a little bit, try and go.
that we don't?
If I know that, I will tell you. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So, first remember what Brute does now, because the spiders are the ultimate still, I believe. They changed that at one point in one of the big patches, and then she just completely fell off the face of the earth. But I believe her incapacitating bite passive was kind of broken, so you can right-click trade, which might be good against a troll. They're...
This is so bizarre.
If troll goes Battle Fury or Maelstrom, right, he'll eventually be able to deal with the spiders relatively easily. Also get the Razor. Batrider is also good against spiders if he has his Firefly, obviously. I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see how this one goes, because I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen a Brute Mother being played in competitive.
Yeah, I am
Insatiable
also...
Hunger is what it's called, not Incapacitating Bite anymore. Because that got taken away for Silken Bulla. But yeah, Insatiable Hunger kind of broken. Bonus damage and lifesteal. Very value early on. So it's on paper it's good laner in the sense he can sustain himself very easily out of this offlane, right?
But there's so many things that are always just so good on paper, you know? And then we get into the game itself and suddenly everything's different. And it's not working out for them. I don't know about this. Let me not pretend that I'm enthusiastic about this, you know? I do think this is not going to necessarily work out for them, but we'll see. We'll see. At the very least, it is that little deny, you know, that you mentioned, so it's fine, I guess. It's a okay way to start the game.
I mean, what it does do for CDC, like you have the Dream Protectors, you can keep your own map, you can keep your own towers alive, so you can gonna keep control of your own side of the map for the most part. What the Brute Mother also does is once you get the levels, once you get the spiders going, you still for a while soak up an entire quarter of the map, maybe, you know?
Yeah.
So this Brute Mother is gonna take control over the Radiant jungle, essentially. So unless you can kick her out consistently at that point, around the, like, what's 10 to 15 minute mark, I guess, once the lane stage starts to break down.
I don't know. I'm not very enthusiastic. We'll have to see how it pans out, though, as early on we see them off to a decent enough start here. And one of the things that they are doing and trying to make sure that they accomplish in this early portion of the game here, Drag and Drop, is putting pressure out onto Xiaofu. We see Lu and Rain. They're not going to make the mistake of leaving the spider to her devices, immediately chasing her down. They're like, no, my friend, no, Xiaofu. This is not your lane. You're not going to enjoy this game. Sorry. Fun is no longer allowed for you. And, you know, for Xiaofu, the first couple of levels, you know, when we have seen these Brood Mothers in like the last 6 months, year or so, are not often the best, you know, you only start to really get a little bit better with the bonus levels of 4 and 5, but as long as he survives at the beginning of this game here, like you mentioned, he should still be good for that takeover attempt. And having these two heroes here in this off lane between the Nyx and the Brood, it feels like it's quite difficult to reliably kill these heroes, and after a while it stops being possible at all.
Yeah. Again, Xiaofu spin web, it also gives you that extra region inside the webs. So that's something that they've not taken away. Like they changed the Doom around to a point where it doesn't have any inherent region anymore, but even though they gave the Insatiable Hunger as a basic ability, they did not take away that free region that you get just by sitting here. So it's yeah, it's gonna be very hard to harass. You can already see Lu and Rain, both of them are out of mana, but Xiaofu is sitting at half health. Now he has the Insatiable Hunger, he just creeps a little bit. They're not gonna be able to out-harass him as the levels come in, and Amoxie with the boots able to run down the courier, so
Lol.
It's some extra free gold for you.
Just some Nyx Assassin things, and in the top lane, we're already seeing some Batrider things as they had a wave. So I mean, look at the contestation for where these waves are right now, pretty deep in, and 9 to 8 actually might be in a dangerous position. Does get forced out, does manage to walk away from where MKS is. All right, it's cool. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Nothing is going south. Nothing is going awry. You know, we have no complaints.
I mean, this will be a double wave, basically in front of the Radiant Tower, so it's gonna be pretty good for Iron Unit.
Yeah.
They changed that at one point in one of the big patches, then... Unless... Oh, wow. Not sure why 9 to 8 pulled that creep wave, because it was just gonna go down the lane, and now Ignis can mess things up a little bit here.
Good interruptions here from 928. All right, so something that we need to talk about as well, right? We need to ask ourselves, are we going to have a situation here from the mid as we quickly take a quick gander in this side of the map? The CS right now is obviously going to be favoring Storm, Honor, this Razor, but as time goes on here for Echo, what is going to be the what's the big decision making, do you think, from him? Is he going to really be trying to make sure that he gets these early rotations? Do we just stick and farm here? Because, you know, these side lanes are not the easiest places to go, right? Going to kill Troll is not an easy thing with a Broodmother. Trying to kill Batrider is just not easy at all in general, especially not with the help of just like Morphling Tree. So what is the big option here? What is he going to try and accomplish for himself here on Echo as he starts to get more and more CS and farm in this game?
Well, wouldn't be too surprised to just see kind of a standard Lina build. Just go Boots of Travel and then start running around. Probably want to get the ults in this game. Just really good against just trying to run away, just get more movement speed here. Great, just slow down the Batrider and the Razor chasing after you, and especially your Troll Warlord. So any more ways you can kite him. It's NKS up top. Dying here? He's shifting strength, but he has 6 stacks on napalm on him. So much fire!
Bye!
Water just being boiled away.
Bye! They forgot on CDEC that you can't leave Morphling. Actually, you can't leave any hero alone against Batrider. Like, in the safe lane. And they did. Inet takes full advantage. Oof. Even tips. Oh my gosh, okay. That's GG. It's done. Let's all go home. Can't recover from this. What a regrettable situation. What a kind of death to get there. So from that position, from that scenario, I am kind of anticipating that what they need to do from here, obviously they're going to try and make sure that they keep the protection on Morphling at all times and not really ever leave him alone again. But now it does put a little bit of map pressure onto them for CDEC, because in the event that people need help elsewhere on the map, they're not going to be available to provision it. And now that Ironet has gotten that early kill, they don't have the same compunction to make sure that 928 stays top. He's allowed to move out on the map. We see him now chilling, sitting behind where Echo is in this mid lane. Prepared if needed to jump in if Echo does extend too far forward and then push him towards the Razor. But the fact that he doesn't need to be here does give them so much more space, so much more freedom for their ability to keep farming on this Batrider top without interruption. And he's going to get massive levels here, Dragon Drop. He's already level 5. It's 928. Right now in a situation where he's going to be in between Echo and a Moxie. I think he's going to end up taking a tumble here. He's trying to make it hard for them, but end of the day, there's no option. 100% death there on the Clockwork. Loses his life. Not a great situation to end up losing your life there, but you know, you at least made sure that... Did he take the bounty first? He did. At the very least, he does prevent Echo from getting regen, forces the Lina back into the base. And this is time when Razor not only got to sit in the lane, not having to leave, but also going to get bottle refreshed by 928 as well. So certainly still some premier support play emerging here from this Clockwork.
Yeah. I mean, you're not too worried about dying on the 0. It's kind of what you do. Your strength here is, you think, oh yeah, he's probably tanky and whatnot, but yeah, it is what it does just because he's making these kind of plays, you know. So if, especially if you can slow down Lina somewhat, snagging away bounties and whatnot, exactly what you want out of that hero. I mean, Iron doesn't really need much help up top anymore, so finding a place to be on the map is always nice. At the very least, Nick's Assassin was able to take over mid for the brief moment that Echo was gone, so Bit of experience did not go to waste. This what
Ooh.
Root Mother ends up going down. Bottom lasso up top at the same time. Morphling is not even he is shifting, but there's 7 stacks of napalm on him, and one more click will do it. 2 more.
Got
3
him.
more. No, just the 2 more. But I he also got clicked by the tower as well as Ignis. Let's not forget that Tree Protector hitting pretty hard.
No slouch at all in the damage department. He does manage to, if it's any other support but Tree in that situation, Ionit lives 100%, but because it is Tree, the right click's more than enough to get the kill. But that is a very sad situation. Another kill that solo was taken by Ionit. Sure, he ends up losing his life afterwards, but more resource committal from CDEC to try and get that revenge kill than what he committed to get the kill to start with. And at the same time, they did manage to bring down Xiaofu, so it's not like CDEC are getting advantage elsewhere on the map. So just YBB coming out the gate swinging here, Dragon Drop, and they're fighting very hard from this laning phase. Early kills, a ton of farm onto Lu as well. And this is terrifying, right? It's one thing if he's like in game 1 playing catch up, but they need to kill him. And that's why Echo is down bottom. They set up with the Impale from a Moxie. LSA with their Laguna Blade follows up very soon after. Quick burst, quick kill, and they needed that so badly. They could not afford for this troll to keep having the game that he was having because he was on track for a 12-minute Battle Fury here.
That was very scary. Like, I'm so totally done underestimating the troll Battle Fury. I did that for a while, and every single time they still got the Battle Fury, and then they just owned the game with so much money coming in because of that. So it's yeah. He's still on pace for a good time. He's still sitting near the top of the net worth chart, and the only one who's ahead of him right now is his own teammate, so it's not going to be too worried about that either. Storm playing a different lightning hero this time around, but 928, yeah, all right.
Bye.
Punished again, playing too aggressive. This ward helping out on the high ground.
Now they...
this troll also in a... Yeah, he's in a position now where he can comfortably sit in the jungle even without the battlefield just yet, so you can finish that off safely.
We're trying to get this kill top.
Overgrow.
Ah, they got him. They got him. They got him. They got him. That's what it takes though to kill Batrider at this stage of the game. Like, it requires a lot of heroes. 2 is like already pushing it in terms of what's viable, but 3 is the minimum where you're like, okay, we guarantee to get this kill. Big plays to get, especially since they've just managed to make sure that MKS finishes the full Falcon Blade. It'll be coming in. Now we can farm both the lane and the jungle a little bit easier. Get some catch-up potential towards where the Troll Warlord is. As you mentioned, Lu is still doing really well in this game. His build is going to be the Battle Fury. You were expecting that this MKS Morphling presumably goes Manta this game, unless he wants to go straight E-Blade, but I really like having the Manta option versus the Batrider, at least for that 1 split second where you make him decide where the lasso is going to go. And speaking of lasso, it's coming out middle. No, it's not, because of Moxie there with the Spike Carapace into the Firefly, interrupting the Batrider, throwing out the Impale, and yet again the combination of these 2 heroes gets them a core kill for the side of CDEC.
It's feeling the counter right now. Of course, Nyx Assassin, the classic counter to the Batrider. So pick and bat into the Nyx, I believe it was in the draft.
Yep.
That was bound to happen at one point or another. He's up top. Okay, goodbye, Rain.
Ionit wants revenge though.
Echo.
He's got Blazes, got the drag back.
Beautiful.
Oof. More than enough damage. Look at this, everybody else is coming.
Into lasso. Yeah.
Yep.
This is dead too. Like, Ionit, I mean, he got countered in mid, but Nyx Assassin nowhere to be seen up top. So yeah, just randomly kill 3 heroes here. Or 2, I guess. Yeah.
I love how he did it so casually on this Batrider, right? He's just like, meh, I'm in this area, whatever. We're just gonna throw out these napalm stacks. We'll do the Firefly. Lu shows up too to help them get this kill. And what's crazy about this is this started from him just solo killing Echo by himself. We have to remember that flame break into last week you mentioned. This danger level of this Batrider early on really cannot be overexpressed. Echo, as a result of having died, having been zoned back to base even though he survived middle, and having been zoned back earlier on in the fight. Look at his net worth here, Dragon Drop. I've literally not seen this in my life. A bottom net worth leaner at 12 minutes from the mid lane. I literally don't know what this looks like. Like, what? How is this even possible?
Looks like this, where Nick Assassin also, yeah, I mean, it's the clockwork of CDC, right? Just kind of going in, trying to get some vision. Eventually, you're just gonna walk into a sentry and die. It's just the nature of it.
Yep.
NBD, but yeah, this is what it looks like. Lina needs to play catch up. Xiao Fu sitting at the same amount of net worth. You're trying to establish control over this area, but Storm, as long as he's mana at least, you should be able to just deal with the spider threat.
Yeah.
Everyone else has to be a bit careful though. Like 928 cannot be here if he wants to live. Rain can't be there either. Ionits, he could. But they're all of them together. They could definitely do something here. Lasso's gonna be coming off cooldown. They have a hook shot as well if they can land it on the real big spider.
It's a difficult jump to make
Nice
here.
little catch.
They're trying to set up for us. Here we go. Xiaofu, flame break. Do they get the catch? Hookshot misses, but they still will be able to get him with the battery assault. Not looking for the power cogs niche just yet because Echo is also in the offing. Threw out the Laguna Blade onto Batrider. Does zone Iron it back. 928 gets power cogs onto Echo. Will die for this though. Somebody has to. And with this rotation, Echo with the BTs showing up to assist his team. And it is enough to dissuade them here, Dragon Drop, from going for the gank. Ionit is forced back. They keep Xiaofu alive. And it doesn't feel like they're going to be punished for this at all. Feels like just a strong response here from CDEC.
Really well played, really well anticipated from CDC. I mean, this is why Nick Assassin was hanging around there to make sure that the Broodmother stays safe. So Spike Carapace stopping Ionit in his tracks. Good decision for them on turn to then turn around and leave the Clockwork to die, as Lina also making use of these boots of travel. So some really good movements there from CDC. Just playing around this Broodmother, playing around these webs, just try to fight where they're strong.
Yeah.
This is the way to go here.
It's almost like having advanced vision, right? When you have a ton of wards on the map that you always want to play around them. So you play where this Brood is. And look at what they've done, they accomplished from here. Look how much pressure they put onto the tier 2. It's almost fallen down bottom. If YBB aren't careful, they will end up losing this tower. There's no comparable place on the map they can strike back. The one tier 1 that they still need to take that's super important is this mid tower. But yet again, we're seeing that Ignis, the power of this Treant Protector, doing a great job of keeping it propped up. And unlike in game 1 where they had mass open walls to just throw out, now they actually have to commit physical bodies on the line if they do want to take any of these buildings. Either Storm or Lu has to personally sit on that high ground, siege the building itself, and then at this point, neither of them are really ready to do that. So probably the right thing to just sit back and keep farming. But CDC, they want to bring back this gank duo. Moxie and Echo, they come across Ainit. Spike Carapace will stun him up. Impale will follow. And LSA, Echo gets the kill with the Laguna and some right clicks. Love to see it. And you were talking about how good Spike Carapace is whenever he's around the Batrider. Even Firefly, the spell that's supposed to protect you, ends up ultimately being what dooms you.
Yeah. This is gonna need that BKB, but all these deaths obviously to slow down his own item progression. All 3 calls will die now ahead of him, so he also has to blink to execute up, which you kind of want. Despite having that crazy mobility and range here between the boots of travel, ether lens, even the casual Lindlays. Just a normal build for Batrider, right? But
yeah.
He cannot really feel confident going for a super aggressive plays if he does not have that BKB to go in with. Just because of the Spike Carapace, you know.
Decent spell.
But yeah.
It's okay.
Space created at least for his other 2 cores, you know. Lou's got that battlefield completed for a little while. Still a really good timing, and now he is going for Manta style of zone. You need something to break that overgrowth at the very least.
I was actually thinking that potentially one of the reasons why Ainit is playing the way that he is to soak up all this attention. Because he's been showing quite a lot in the waves. He's been the one getting forward. They've tried to go for a couple of ganks. Obviously, they haven't worked out fully. But I think maybe it also might be that because Storm doesn't really feel like he wants to participate in the game just yet. Has BKB leading in towards SNY. But playing a very farm-orientated Razor here. The same as being true, obviously, for the Lu Troll Warlord. So until they get their requisite items, Ainit probably the only one that can play the way that he's playing. And yet again, we see him showing middle because somebody has to, right? Somebody has to soak up the space. somebody has to present himself so that if another gank is going to come, it goes in this direction rather than seeking in the jungle. And in the jungle, though, they almost found Lu, but with Rain being nearby, they're like, yeah, this kill's not happening.
Yeah. Starting to get a bit worried, Snare.
Are you seeing this net worth?
Troll Warlord, yeah, he might not be a Terrorblade, but he's still one of these heroes where he just gets to farm for a while, and then it's at some point, at some timing, he's just saying, hey, yeah, by the way, I'm a hero and you cannot stop me. And then the game just ends. You know, I've seen that plenty of time. I would say it doesn't scale as well into the later parts of the game, but he's certainly doing his job. Xiaofu on bottom, caught out by himself this time around. That's the kind of play that they want to make earlier.
Nice.
With the Nyx Assassin kind of interfering, but he's somewhere else right now. Perhaps setting up for, what, a kill on Rain? That's not worth. That's all you get at this point.
Yep. Might not be worth, but you'll take what you can get. Yeah, what's available is what's available. And a Moxie, sadly, what's become available has become harder and harder to sniff out. It's going to be another situation where Echo gets involved in a kill. And Echo also has BKB now. Although this Troll Warlord, obviously not a hero that BKB will help you too much against, nor is the Spat Rider. In some regards, nor is the Razor. If you get linked, you know, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you now don't get really completely hard countered by Clockwork. Ogre doesn't do anything against you. And of course, you can walk around during the sticky Napalm and Firefly. You have to force Ainet to commit the lasso onto you. Echo will finally feel a little bit safer, but it does kind of suck to be in a game where even after you buy a BKB, you don't necessarily feel safe on the map. And you still feel like you have to be moving very, very carefully, potentially under only where your team actually has vision, or when you're moving under the cover of smoke to go get some kind of gank for yourselves going.
Yeah, this is certainly not the type of free Lina game that we sometimes see. It just gets to basically play however she wants and just do tons of damage because no one can get on top of her, right? But this one's a little bit more complicated.
Also, I'm really surprised at how good of a job YBB has done to keep this tier 2 tower alive down bottom. It is finally going to get taken out by Echo, but it stood the test of time, and it took YBB. They did this without having to have Treant Protector themselves. But CDEC, now that they do claim this is more area of the map that Xiaofu can play around. Oh, BKB gets popped as they want to jump onto Storm. Looking at Echo, they have the Eye of the Storm going and the right clicks, and he does find the kill very quickly. Lasso back, they get the dragon onto Nyx Assassin, as he's also going to end up taking a tumble here. Xiaofu, can he get out to safety? For now, it does seem like it. Flame break gonna be good, and okay, he's fine, he's okay, he's okay. Kind of a scary fight to come out there. And Echo, although they lose Echo, for CDEC, it's not great. Drag and drop, it's not the happy situation that they would prefer. You know, you don't have access to this Lina, she's down. You don't have access anymore to your tier 2 tower. Oh, you do get the tower rather, for CDEC, but you also get the outpost now, right? So it feels okay. It's not great, it's not lovely, it's not wonderful, but given what could be happening on the map right now, this feels like an acceptable situation to be in, right? It's Echo now. We're just on the map, hoping to see if he can get closer towards having a 4-staff. This is one of those big things. Whenever you're playing against a Clockwork, it is imperative and super important to ensure that you do get access to a young 4-staff for yourself. As many as humanly possible, honestly, is what is preferred. When you have as many 4-stars as you can, that way, whenever Clockwork hooks into you, it's not a guaranteed kill from the rest of the team. There's always a way out of that fight. As we see Ainet grabbing an Invis rune right quick, wanting to maybe go on an excursion, but they saw this happening on the side of CDEC. They are ready with vision as well. They've got a sentry plop down. Ironet will happily go onto the high ground, but now here's the turnaround. Spike Carapace into the impale. Will they have the damage for the stun? Not just yet. The lasso still emerges. Echo, with the help of MKS, they still do get the kill onto Ironet. Does cost them the life of this Nexus. Storm chasing for more. He really wants Echo, but LSA will connect as the BKB expires. They've also lost this Ogre on the backline. Laguna Blade flies onto Storm. Here comes MKS with the triple kill. He now steals away the Razor Form, chasing onto 928. This Clockwork is going to end up dying here as well, as MKS with the ultra kill on the Morphling. CDEC now inside the Roshan pit. CDEC, okay, making game 2 much more entertaining for us, as now this Morphling has really bounded upon things, really gotten himself off the mark. With this Roshan kill as well, he'll have an Aegis to boot. From an ultra kill to an Aegis, that is a boost of what, like 2,000 net worth overall effectively for MKS. Still second to the Troll Warlord, but very, very close now to having the full E-Blade. Actually has it. It's flying in off the courier right freaking now, Dragon Drop. Morphling fully online, definitely.
So my internet went out a little bit more rapidly. Like a little bit more, with a little bit more finality. So I finally tried to restart my router. Maybe it's a little bit more stable now. We'll see. So apparently I missed YBB losing Roshan and then losing more and more heroes.
Yeah.
What happened? It was just only gone for a moment.
So they went for a fight here on the side of YBB.
MKS.
Nice fine.
No wait cancel. Yeah.
They went for a high ground fight because they had a little bit of vision with Inet. They looked for Echo and they found Echo. They tried to get Echo, but they lost out on everybody in the process. Inet died first, and MKS, after killing Inet, he solo killed Ogre. Then they realized, wait a second, the Storm Razor is up on the high ground here with BKB active, but the BKB is about to finish. He doesn't actually have much backup behind him. So why don't we just go kill him? And then they just went and killed him, and they got an ultra kill on the Smurf. It was wonderful.
Yeah, we talked about last game, obviously, about the Lu Terrorblade. We talked about the Troll Warlords in this game. But obviously, Morphling, the reason why we flagged CDC is having a much better late game scaling draft this time around, like where they can take advantage of the Treated Protector, kind of slowing it down, maintaining map control and what have you. The reason is because this Morphling is actually a pretty good hero. You know?
Yeah, he's okay.
He can scale very well with farm, and yeah, if you get a bunch of kills out of nowhere, I mean, that's gonna catapult you forward. And stuff for defense, E-Blade for offense, Aegis now for nothing.
Just a quick nonchalant kill on the top lane onto this Treant. Inet easily able to claim him. And Batrider obviously wants BKB next after finishing the Aether Lens. Interesting that he went for the Aghanim Charge here, Dragon Drop, having the double Flame Break. I mean, we have of course seen in this game just how influential Inet has been with the spell, but prioritizing it so much that he's prepared to delay BKB. Normally I've seen this coming after BKB, but in this game, it's like, okay, this needs to happen just ASAP right now. Needs to be effective as soon as humanly possible. So definitely increases how much impact he can have in the middle of these fights. At the same time, they don't want to really fight, right? Having this Morphling with Aegis, you just leave his team alone. Leave them alone. Don't really come directly into them. Let them keep farming. Let them do their thing. You know, eventually, when this Morphling finds himself in a position where the Aegis is down, then you try to take a fight. But while he has it up, it always feels so risky to try and make an aggressive posture into that team. And speaking of aggression, though, they find some down bottom. They got onto Storm, impale with Laguna, but unfortunately 9-8 right there. Inet with the counter lasso. They get directly onto Echo. Lu shows up. BKB, they really want to chase down this Lina. They will be able to kill her. Does go the way of the tower, so it's a shared bounty kill. However, with the two heroes cleaned up, they try to go for Storm, but unfortunately, the Storm had reinforcements.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if the Morphling is not there and they're going in on you undermanned, then you can take a fight. Well, it's not something that CDC needed to do there, I think. I mean, getting a Razor kill right there would have been great. But it's not like he's not tanky, right? I mean, the guy's sitting at 2.7k health points.
Yeah.
He's right in front of his base. Like, that was just asking for trouble. So, lucky break there for YBB, I would say.
I mean, he also...
Yeah, still got control farming, and he's going for the Skadi. Skadi is amazing and required up against Morphling.
Yeah.
Who's building a Lincoln Sphere for himself just to protect against the lasso.
See them smoke up. Will they be able to find anything off the back of this? Storm. Very far forward. They see him, but oof, BKB active very early on, but he's getting drained back. He got the drain onto Amoxie. Amoxie is still gonna live, but Storm will not. He gets bursted by MKS. Last time around, they didn't have the Morphling to go get the kill. This time they do, so Storm dies for sure. And now chasing for a couple more kills. We'll be able to find Rain as well underneath the tier 2 tower. They're not done just yet. They still want to chase for more off of this. The tower itself might be in jeopardy. And this was a perfect time to make this movement drag and drop. The Aegis just expired for MKS, but he doesn't pay any penalty for having it the entire time. They don't make aggressive moves into him. Got all his farm, but sadly didn't get enough farm. How on earth has Troll been able to farm this much in these last few minutes?
Just hitting creeps, I guess. 385 last hits. Some of them will have inspired us, I'm sure, but... what's his GPM? Actually, 655 or so. That is ridiculous. But yeah, he's gonna need to use them at some point. I mean, it was another fight where the Razor was kind of alone, thought, oh yeah, maybe I can get a kill here. Then he didn't factor in the ult from the next assassin, so well timed on this. Coinciding with the BKB going down, at which point Morphling was just able to shotgun finish the Razor. And even before that, I mean, he was doing tons of straight up right-click damage.
Yeah.
Hitting for more than 300 a pop if he's sitting at max agility.
Has Lincoln Sphere now.
Very fancy new items. Yeah, Lincoln Sphere completed. Paladin Sword is a neutral item. So it's a lot of extra lifesteal that he's got. Again, this will be counted out somewhere once Troll Warlord finishes up that Skadi, which is not too far away. I think he'll buy out for it.
Funnily enough, he also gets
Skadi is required. Yeah.
Funnily enough, he also gets himself a young Pally sword as well. Picks it up off the creep, so this is really nice on Troll, right? Battle Rage or Battle Trance, sorry, gives you that lifesteal. You don't need to get the Satanic yet with Pally sword. You just feel really good at this point. You still probably want Satanic at some point, but this feels real nice. And as a way to demonstrate how nice he feels, he's gonna say, "Hey team, come over." Okay, I thought we were gonna smoke and go do something, but they're like, nah, they're gonna chill. Maybe wait for this next Roche to respawn instead. Now we'll see the smoke move. CDEC. They sent a Moxie forward under the cover of Vendetta to break moves like this, and this is why you pick the Nyx, baby. Spike Carapace to prevent the chase. They might still be able to find him. Hookshot will be on. 928. Great guess coming in from him. And they do get that kill, but this is why you pick Nyx, and that's why he has the least net worth in the game. CDC doing exactly what he's meant to do for the team. Whilst the rest of his cores, look where they are. Like, Ignis is pushing top, the dangerous part of the map, quote unquote. Shafu's in the jungle, but the safer parts where they have a lot of perspective, a lot of vision, a lot of control, that's where MKS was. He was just farming happily away, getting closer towards BKB. We see that Echo doing the same to get closer towards Silver Edge, so very happy for those moves to happen. CDC sadly are being kept on their side of the map. However, much preferred to be kept on the side than to be killed and sent on the side of the map through the fountain.
Yeah. At least being able to kick them out of their jungle, and oh God, look at these spiders. Don't give a ton of gold, but if you kill 100 of them, that's still quite a bit of money, you know?
It's a decent amount of scratch, you know?
Just a bit, yeah. It's also great. Broodmother has a freaking Pipe of Insight. You have 100 units or something like that with the pipe effect on them. Also looks very interesting in some bottom. Alright, this should be very dead next year. 5 against 1, a bit unfair.
It's
so
fine.
It's not about fairness, right?
Nope. Dota's just like an inherently unfair game. It's just never fair. But it's chilled. He did his job. Broke another smoke. Nice. So...
Oh. The ranged cleave to kill a bunch of them. I love it. You love to see it. such a weird thing with Troll Warlord, right? You can throw out the ranged axe, then turn into melee mode, and you get the cleave effect. It's basically a slash attack.
Dota balanced game as well, you know. On top of being very fair, it's also very, very balanced. There's no problems with it, and some problems may emerge now though because they have a full basher out on this Troll Warlord. Oh boy, hook shot. Oh, flying forward, 9 to 8. They catch the Morphling. No, MKS, will he die here? E-Blade out onto Lu, trying to get himself away from this fight. Ionit slows him down with this lasso. He got off the strength morph, but it's not going to matter. His team routed away. They're trying to run. They're trying to get themselves away from this fight. They will be able to do so. Ignis blinked away. Echo utilized the Shadow Blade. That is going to be good enough for them. Moxie's under the cover of Vendetta right now. Might try to set up onto Storm here, actually. There's going to be the Impale hit after the Vendetta. Echo goes in with the Laguna Blade after the LSA. Not enough damage. Storm still alive, getting the turnaround here. They come with Lu on the high ground. The Overgrowth gets dispelled by the Manta Style. And Lu is falling a bit low. Does still have the Battletrons ready to trigger, but why use it frivolously as Ionit? Oh no, caught in a rough place. Lotus Orb will be out onto him. The right clicks, will it be enough to kill him after he got jewels into the air? No. Dragon Slave a few units short, and somehow Morphling died on top. Oh, Morphling's been dead, sorry. Batrider died.
He's been dead for a while, yeah.
I was like, because I just saw death happen, and I was like, wait a
The last
second.
fight wasn't that long ago.
I was like, Batrider was fine, right? He got away from this fight, but Nature's Grass killed him. All right.
Yeah, I was just on the very edge, so that was super freaking close.
Close.
CDC to find a sort of engagement, you know, just getting that LSA on Storm, making Lu get out of the pit, try and take that fight, trying to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Just to protect his friend. Ionit having the same idea, but then he gets by carry paced again on the high ground. There's so much range damage flying in. He eventually gets taken out, and all of this just by enough time for for Morphling to come back and to contest this Roche, and even maybe get it themselves. I mean, there's no Batrider for 25 seconds, and this Roche will fall very, very quickly. There's a hookshot though, and they're just ready to walk in. Spike Carapace used on the Razor. Lu clicking away, trying to find the right target, and there it is. Not popping the BKB just yet. That's Justin Storm. Hookshot in the back. Catches the Treant Protector here as they bring down the Nyx. Buys back immediately. Treant does not have that luxury. He cannot return. It's now just like that. YBB. They're the one. I didn't have to buy.
Yeah. Suddenly, they have this advantage. They get the Aegis. Lu picks it up with the Aghanim shot as well here. And he's going to be able to take this one away. This is very, very scary. Does he keep the shot or give it to Razor or something? Who's the best shot carrier here? Now he's going to keep it. Get himself that Rampage. Don't worry about it. Rampage early, available. It's online here for the Troll Warlord. We're going to see how he's going to be able to utilize this in the fights. He is choosing to walk around without the Basher. Doesn't feel like he needs it unless he's fighting. The other items will help him farm a bit better. And even with the Aegis, you don't want to walk around without BKB. But this is so terrifying for CDEC. Although they made that hold, they do not really have the ability now to fight into the double Aegis, and it's hard to bait them into a fight. They fight 9 to 8 potentially. Ionit also gets the lasso job off with the BKB. They're dragging back on Moxie, and here comes Lu cleaving through Echo as well as a Moxie. Double kill immediately for the Troll, and they're trying to chase for more. Blink away from Ignis keeps him alive for now. The Eye of the Storm of the Razor hitting various targets, doing its thing, but not going to be enough just yet. Nobody gets caught out. There's not enough stuns and disables after they've used the lasso, but they don't need them to kill the towers. Is that what they're going to do? Tier 2's gone. We were speaking earlier about how, you know, they can't really push unless they themselves physically siege with Storm and Lu. Storm and Lu are so strong right now that they don't mind doing that for the rest of time here, Drag and Drop, taking every single building that they can.
Yeah, they're not long for the world, especially with the DD. With the AC on Razor, they actually end up going for this this refresher build that we often say, just purely on the right clicks, just purely trying to stay alive now as well. Reaver queued up, and just basically right clicking together with the Troll. Seems to be quite effective at this stage.
Yeah, it's fairly crazy. And it's so they have such a hard time already killing him. Now that he has Satanic, on top of having the SNY, with AC, with BKB, he's got 19 armor, 3.5k HP, still has BKB to go, just picked up a Trickster Cloak, so that means that he has, let's see how much magic resist he has, 40% magic resist? What? Okay.
Yeah.
On top of having status resistance as well. You know, yeah, he's easy hero to bring down. And he still has the Dispel from proccing the Satanic, you know, so he's easy to deal with.
So this is weird, because if you look at Trickster's Cloak, obviously it gives him plus 20% evasion, right?
Uh-huh.
But then if you hover over Razor's stats, it says 21% evasion. How's that work?
Isn't he getting some evasion from the... Actually, wait, where is that from? Yeah, because you don't get it from Agi anymore, right? They changed... There was like one mini patch.
No. This game's literally unplayable, actually, as Lou working away to access. That's the hook shot coming in. Nitrate with the second one onto the Morphling. Can't quite find the right angle to push him back with the Cox. He actually goes back in himself. Clockwork is dead. Now the man fight. MKS, he cannot do this. Up against the Troll Warlord. Shifting strength, losing damage, getting some back here, but the last is to control him up to finally get the skill. He is dead, down for a count, 90 seconds, no buyback. Lou on the rampage indeed, getting a secondary kill.
Ooh.
And yeah, this is just questionable decision here, just waveforming in right into the loving arms of the Troll Warlord. Obviously, Veteran doesn't care about the Lotus Orb beam as long as you can lock him down, make sure that you cannot wave him away again. That's all he's really looking for, and those are two sets of Rex at least going down. Nothing to stop them from getting the third, and potentially the game here. 60 seconds without Morphling.
No Morphling. Morphling himself doesn't have buyback. There's no real options for him to come back into this one.
200 golds. Here we go again, the refresh from his Aghanim Scepter. So much control, and that's the Megas right there. Broken up. So that's the Aegis 135, so he's perfectly happy to use it right now. If he even needs to, Nyx Assassin just disappears. Zhao Fu, no way to leave. He can delay this a little bit with the Ghost Scepter, but yeah, that's a multicast. Oh man, this game escalated quickly. The diving fountain snare. This is not alright. This is not okay.
They still have the first Aegis life inside the fountain as well. So when they come back, it's not like this troll dies. Just gonna walk away, refresh. They go again with the Battle Trance Rampage directly onto a Morphling. How do you get multiple kills inside the fountain? YBB demonstrate exactly how that's done. They make it happen. They get the dub. GG, well played is called. Them with a strong 2-0 over the side of CDEC here. And it's not like we didn't foresee a game like this might happen, but this troll, Lou, my god. And this is in a game where Morphling got an ultra kill. Like, wow, this is just, honestly, just an impossible situation at the end here for the side of CDEC. They did everything that they could in their power, right? They made sure that they got the right build up on the items. The BKBs didn't really arrive too late into the game. You know, I would say that this Broodmother didn't necessarily do the worst, right? We've definitely seen worse offlaners happening from heroes like this, and they could have gone for like a setup hero. Let's say they picked like a Beastmaster or whatever, and found nothing on the map itself. So it's not like this is the worst possible draft they could have gone for at the end of the day, but YBB just played it better, right? Ironid, I feel like he's an automatic MVP vote. What do you think, Drag and Drop? Like, his performance on this Bat Rider was just honestly out of this world. A miraculous level of play that we saw from him. Ironid just did from the jump, right? His laning phase was incredible. After the laning phase, his transition into the mid game was great. Always finding the right targets with his lassos. Always making sure that when ganks are happening on the map, sure, he died more so than his compatriots, right? 7 deaths compared to Storm's 2 and the Troll Warlord's 1. But ultimately, he's tanking those ganks. They're coming towards him. And if he's eating those rotations, that's why Lua and Storm could spend most of this game uninterrupted, just freely farming it up. That's why this troll has 817 GPM at the end of the game here, all due to the space created by this Ironid Bat Rider.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised he got as much done as he did, considering that he was kind of hard counter. I mean, Nyx Assassin just on paper is one of the best heroes up against Batrider because of this Spike Carapace interaction, and it did lead to his death a couple of times. But despite that, he's been able to get so much done, especially again with the lassos on the Morphling. Despite the Lotus Orb being thrown out on him, he just doesn't care, because as long as he doesn't even need to do any damage himself. He doesn't need to drag him anywhere. As long as Lu gets to right-click away, that's all that you really need. So he was enabling the Troll Water to get these crucial Morphling kills, and that's what ended up winning in the game. Making sure that this Morphling couldn't really use that burst of net worth infusion that he's had. Like, he spent all of these fights running away from this relentless aggression, trying to kite the Troll, but it didn't work because of the Batrider. So yeah, absolutely. I can go with that MVP decision anyway, anytime.
Sadly, though, as much as this is jubilation for the side of YBB, they win their 4th game. The only game that they've dropped so far here in the lower division of this China DPC is against the current pole position team of Aster.Aries. No other team has been able to take games against them. They've done a really good job up until this point. But for CDEC, unfortunately, 5th loss on the bounce here. What can they do, Drag and Drop? Like, this team, they're very, very close to a point where they can't really recover. I feel like it's, like I said, it's mathematically guaranteed that you're ending at the bottom now. You're not going to get into the upper division. Elimination is probably on the cards for you here. What do you do to keep your spirits up as a team? What do you do to make sure that you don't give up and don't just say, well, it's over now, it's time to disband immediately? How do you keep the pride going in an organization such as CDC with such a storied history? What's the team conversation like to keep them all together right now?
Well, as I said, with an organization like that, you'd imagine that they'd have staff and coaches to help them out, and gotta work together with them to try and figure out, all right, what is going wrong and how can we fix it? And then go from there and just accept that you've not had a good showing these last couple of weeks. And then with the remaining matches, just basically just try and go back to basics, try and do your best, try and play some Dota, do what you enjoy. And basically, they're in a situation like Neptune Gaming was, where you kind of are happy if you can walk away with a victory, with something, just use this as a learning opportunity. Use it as a reset to say, all right, we got absolutely thrashed in this season so far. And and that's a true test for any team, honestly. Just being able to work through that to try and identify, all right, this is what's going wrong, this is where we need to fix it, and then identifying steps to make that work. That's going to be the true test.
Well, we will see whether or not YBB is up to that, or CDC, excuse me, is up to that immense task of being able to do that. YBB, of course, have shown and demonstrated that they are up to the task of performing under pressure, performing well, and the open qualifier team is looking very, very much like they have potential to go all the way into the upper division. So for now, we will give YBB their flowers, let them go and rest as we continue the day of Dota 2. We are not done here, ladies and gentlemen, and our NB comrades. With this matchup being done, I mentioned Aster.Aries. They're the team that's currently sitting in pole position, 4-0. They have yet to drop a series. They have now another opponent in the form of Sparking Arrow Gaming, who will be coming up just after this, and they'll be applying their trade there to see if they can make it 5-0. Or will Sparking Arrow Gaming get to 3-2, put themselves on the map, and be the first team to deliver a loss to Aster.Aries? We will find out the answers to all these questions very shortly. Well, I say shortly, but it's going to be a little bit of time, about an hour before the game itself gets underway. So go take a walk, stretch your legs, grab some water, grab some breakfast if you haven't already. And of course, make sure, the advice I give everybody at the end of any game, open your phone right now, open your computer, look in your house even, find the nearest person to you that really is important and matters to you. Let them know that they're important and matter to you. Let them know you love them. And let them know that their existence makes life worth living. And right after you've done that, come back here, give the channel a follow, be seated, present, and available as we continue with some incredible lower division Chinese Dota action.
teams in this bracket so far, as it turns out. So does it really mean much? Maybe not. But they also took one game off Magma and Shenzhen in the 2-1 losses, but they did end up losing those series. So Sparking Arrow Gaming, if they want to have a shot at, I don't know how the math works out, but if they want to have a shot at being promoted to Division 1, they need to win a bunch of games now. And it's not going to get easier from here. As we said, Aster.Aries 4-0, and with a very strong opener here. IO Night Stalker, that's a lane that you cannot bully out. Like, Night Stalker is going to get his CS, and he's going to be able to control the team fight just with the vision advantage that he gives. Just pop your ultimate, you fly, you see everything for miles and miles, and then you can go on whatever target you want, catch a disruptor in the back before he can really start messing with you or stuff like that.
It's a fantastic way to start a draft as Aster.Aries. And, you know, the question you're asking about, do Sparking Arrow have a chance? I believe that given the history we've seen in the last 2 seasons of DPC, no team has managed to get qualified with more than 2 losses. So that seems to be the upper limit of what's possible. And Sparking Arrow Gaming are at that point right now. Fortunately, they do have Disruptor Razor, these 2 lightning bros that we've seen have some solid success before. Obviously, didn't necessarily work out that way in the previous series, but definitely because of these 2 heroes. Great in situations against, like, when you know that the relocate is coming, you can set up for a static storm catch on that place. Razor, we don't know what the matchup is going to be for him, whether this is a mid Razor, off lane Razor, safe lane Razor. But if it is safe lane Razor, you can still stand your ground in the lane against Night Stalker. You don't get bullied out of it like Night Stalker does to a lot of other heroes. As the game progresses, you also have solid counter carry option, the refresher build that we've seen in recent times. So there's hope, and we still don't know exactly how they're going to be configuring the rest of their draft here. One thing that I'm very curious about as well is Aster.Aries, what's going to be the hero that gives vision? Because generally speaking, when we've seen these Night Stalkers get picked, it gets picked in a team that has like a Disruptor, a Beastmaster, some kind of other hero that gives you free vision. IO can take advantage of vision, but not always the best at finding it for you. Might even see like a Hoodwink or something. I think we saw that the one day against the Snapfire. Just any kind of option as well that will help them being able to get damage out onto the back of the fight, get some sneaky vision into the trees, but also somebody who could help out in the laning phase, because the Snapfire is going to be putting a lot of pressure into whatever off lane they end up playing into.
I mean, what you want with the IO on the field is something to, 1, get vision, and 2, to also set up for the relocate coming in. I mean, if you don't have any stun initially, you can still relocate, obviously, but then the other team just sees it and then runs away from it, which makes it ineffective. But yeah, a Hoodwink would solve that issue, right? You just go in aggressively, maybe sometimes die, but then you can start off with a bushwhack, link them to the trees, and then relocate comes in with Night Stalker or whatever carry they want to pick up, or TA even. It's also a pretty good combo. They can bring in that extra damage that you need to secure the kill. And yeah, looks like the Treant Protector, he can fulfill that role as well. You've got a good slow, you've got the overgrowth, obviously, to keep people in place. So that might be the idea. You know, Treant Scouts, IO relocates somebody in, free kills, and then you just snowball from there. Turns out the team fights, you have the Night Stalker for vision control. Damage-wise, though, very single target right now on the side of Aster.Aries, so gotta watch out for that.
Yeah, they have some damage issues. Like TA also, more than just the damage issues being single target, it feels like TA is the only real damage dealer, unless Night Stalker has like a blistering start in the game. Still going to be possible, though. We have seen them, especially from that offlane, play with that hyper aggression from Aster.Aries. I do like the Beastmaster response, though, from Sparking Arrow Gaming, because you always want to have some vision control yourself when you have Disruptor in the team. That way you can play on the front foot. Some BKB piercing disable for the Templar Assassin, a way to be able to shove out lanes and just have presence elsewhere on the map, and somebody that you kind of have to focus on, right? It is a bit funny that they do this right after the Treant Protector. Normally, chip damage doesn't really work against towers, but with Beastmaster, once you get to Helm of the Overlord, living armor feels meager at that point in terms of being able to keep structures alive. So Aster.Aries will have to fight to make sure he stays away from those buildings. One thing I don't like, though, from the side of Aster.Aries is right now it does feel like they have this window in the game where if they don't have a good Night Stalker. Say we get to the early mid game, right? And Night Stalker just has nothing, like no blink, no Echo Saber, no BKB, nothing. He just has like an armlet walking around. Does feel like they're a little bit light on the jump aspect of things, unless they relocate very deep into the fight. So as Sparking Arrow Gaming can definitely try and exploit that. And I'm expecting that whatever hero they get lost for Aster.Aries needs to be a hero that covers that hole for them. It feels like it actually might be a safe lane, a mid lane, excuse me, coming out here at the end. This TA could go safe lane as well. I feel like they could really use a spirit style hero. Like that Puck ban I think is a really good one. But any kind of hero that can go forward, create space. If it's not Puck, then what else is left? Lina, Queen of Pain. I really don't feel like they should get another safe laner who just wants to sit back and farm, because they're going to need somebody to allow them to be a bit more active in this mid game.
Yeah, I agree. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. so I'm gonna try and find a different strand here. Of course, Aster.Aries, they've last time they picked up against Neptune Gaming, they actually also had that IO and Night Stalker opener. They've also had the Treen Protector. The carry pick was the Ursa, which obviously in this game is not great against Razor. They ran it out with the Windrunner. With the TA already here, I don't see Windrunner being picked now, unless you want to do something weird. Because Windrunner was mid in that game, I believe. So, still looking for a carry. What if you just want to go like Drow and just go all in on the physical damage?
They banned her.
A bit of frontline for it. Oh, they banned her. Okay, never mind. Yeah.
A lot of the heroes that I would actually love to see them pick have been banned already. They're just like, nope, sorry, no space for this hero in the game.
What about the Troll? Do you want to see a Troll here?
For Aster.
They've not been running it, I think.
Troll, I could see it. Feels a bit greedy with the TA as well, but TA can also really get that super farm, and then she just walks around the map playing with the Night Stalker IO, open up space for the Troll. And I could definitely see that. It is a hero that Razor would just love to walk up to and link. And that is also one thing that we have to think about, right? Is for Aster.Aries, they have to be thinking about who to pick, because who they pick, it's Wind Ranger. You know, earlier when you were talking about Wind Ranger, I wanted to almost meme and say I unironically would not be sad to see her, because her being in this game right now gives them that tempo that they needed. It's a blink buyer that can open up the game earlier. TA goes into the safe lane. Like I was mentioning, I would much prefer that than having her mid in this game. And of course, because we have this Wind Ranger now, this is going to be the hero that plays up and ahead of, apart from the TA, right? Creating space for the relocates to come in. And with this hero as well, these supports do not do well against Wind Ranger. Like Disruptor, Snapfire, they don't have like hard disables. The burst is available, but this hero can buy BKB. If you buy BKB on this Wind Ranger, what's the threat on the side of SAG? You never get Razor linked, because you're always going to have the Wind Run. You can turn around with damage in the middle of the fights, and buying Maelstrom, that also increases the amount of magical damage that's coming out in the fights, which up until this point they were lacking substantially. But it now won't really be a problem with this last pick Wind Ranger. I really wish I could go back in time and be like, yo, I wouldn't mind seeing it, because now people won't believe me that I was thinking that.
Exactly.
Feels sad.
Well, at least I got partial credit for bringing it up, because again, this looks, apart from the Templar Assassin replacing the Ursa, this is the exact same draft that they had against Neptune Gaming just a week ago. So, but yeah, of course I said that I did not expect the Windrunner, so I can't really claim full credit. Either way, yeah, it will be a bit weird, because you have two heroes that are generally in mid with TA and the Wind Ranger. One of them's going to have to take up that one position, you would think. So
I think TA goes safe lane.
We'll pick Phoenix Wind Ranger, all right.
Yeah. Put the TA safe lane. It's also the matchup. I think they were waiting first to see where MS would go on this Razor. And that's primarily what this was all about, right? Because if MS decides, you know what, I'm going to be playing the Razor, I'm going to be playing, Kunkka, right? And then we put Razor in the mid lane, then suddenly it's not really tenable for us to go for this pick. If MS is like, yo, I would actually prefer that we make sure that I play, well, okay, it can't have been anything else besides Kunkka or Razor. So if it's D-Stones going middle, then it's tenable to run TA anywhere. But if MS was especially going middle, then you really can't run TA in that position. Otherwise, that lane is just too poor for her at that point in time. So now she's on the complete other side of the map from where this Razor is. Never has to really encounter him. Can just play her own game. far apart from MS. And Phoenix, this mid lane, very, very, very fine, right? It's Kunkka, Kunkka does okay, but Wind Ranger can have an exceptional time in this kind of matchup. So she's going to be good, going to get her items going so they can make the space on the map. I'm fine with this.
Yeah. Gonna have to wait and see how much Windrunner actually has to spend on regen, because you can't really avoid the Tidebringer hits. And that's the one thing I'm a bit concerned about. Like, D-Stone should be able to stand his ground with that, should still be able to get a CS. And Windranger right-clicks early on, they're kind of very meek, very weak plings, Not great. I mean, Phoenix should still be able to get CS, especially securing range creeps with Power Shot and whatnot. But I don't imagine that these stones will be too unhappy here if you can get enough Tidebringer connections.
Also, D-Stones is playing with Disruptor. I wonder if they were watching the previous series to be aware of the order of operations when they want to use these spells. Otherwise, terrible things could end up taking place.
Yeah. Oh god. That was terrible. Just saving Storm,
Oh.
There was also Bay Nightmare there to dodge onto the damage, I believe, to just interrupt, but yeah. The Axe back was definitely big, and this is also quite big. Nice last hit there.
Okay.
I mean, these balls early on, it's not a ton of gold, obviously, but it's 60 experience. This time it was shared between everybody. But you gotta be really careful of not feeding too many of those away in the laning stage.
Yeah. I mean, we speak about it often here, Dragon Drop. Dota 2, game of margins, and you don't want to find yourself in a situation where the margin goes too far away from you. That little bit of experience, can be the difference. We've seen it so many times, right? Where you get at the very last second level 2 or an additional point of experience that allows you to get the necessary spell that saves a fight. So that experience might come back to a Horned Flyby, but we're getting underway right now. And this is the big one. For Sparking Arrow Gaming, they couldn't do it against Shenzhen. They couldn't do it against Team Magma. If they have any hope of seeing themselves in the upper division, where they started their DPC journey, they have been demoted before and they've stayed demoted. It has to come here and now. Let's see if they can get themselves back up there.
Yep.
And as we see the game starting with this mid lane matchup, Phoenix versus D-Stones. This is where it's really going to be at, right? For both of these players. Both of these teams are going to rely very heavily on these heroes doing well. We already saw in the previous game that Kunkka doing well at middle allowed his team to open up really well into the mid game. Does he build similarly going for Orchid? But he's not playing into a spirit, right? So the Orchid, the silence, not as valuable as it would be in that game.
I would not be too surprised to see him just go for the armlet or some other utility build like that instead. Because Orchid is very situational again, I mean, it would be helpful against the Wind Ranger, but I feel like you've got plenty of tools against her before the BKB without the Orchid. Because if you do catch hold of her, if you do just use your normal combo on her, she is going to die. Because she is quite squishy actually if you get a hold of her, if you can wait out Windrun, or just ignore it because it's all magical damage with the boat and the torrent and what have you. So yeah, I don't think Orchid is required here.
Speaking of magical damage,
get the armlet into Sanj kind of things. Maybe get a halberd in this game would be very great against TA actually.
There's two pretty decent halberd targets on TA especially, but Wind Ranger also somebody you would like to see not right-clicking. Yeah. And speaking of heroes, we do want to see right-clicking. Top lane, they're going to start this TA damage out onto Flyby. They almost managed to kill the boar, but it does get denied. Son Goku with the Scatter Blast prevents them chasing, but this is a lane where, Ulu just farms. No real way for them to threaten a Templar Assassin in this situation. Sure, once you do get a point into Lord Shredder for Son Goku, then you do instantly get rid of the refraction, but it's not really the most effective spell in the laning phase, and it's not consequently going to be leveled up just yet. But that means that there's literally no pressure on the TA. Free farm, and we've already seen what can happen when TAs get this kind of start, and so far it's looking very good for Ulu.
It's so free, Ulu didn't even feel the need to skill refraction at all. Just meld and Psyblades. Meld as well, also quite useful if you try and burst down the ball, like we're trying to focus it down. If you can just keep clicking away, it does prevent the double ball from coming out. The lane gets so much easier against Beastmaster in general.
Yeah. Beastmaster will
Let's see how
have
this one develops.
his work cut out for him. He probably wishes right now that he also had the backup of an IO, because, you know, we see here down bottom, Night Stalker having a fantastic time here for Shang-Chi. So far, the way that this game has been going has allowed him to get quite a bit of CS. Good TP out, knows that there's zero possibility of them having a glimpse. Just goes to the tier 1 tower. He's been drained away. This is normally where we see the prowess of Razor come through in these melee matchups, but with the assistance of Io, they've actually managed to keep MS's CS relatively low for the position that he thought he'd find himself in.
Yep. Handful of denies, but just the pressure, you know, just playing very aggressively means that MS is not having nearly as fun of a time as Ulu is on the other side, and this is not really going to stop, even at daytime, just because TK is here. Unless you can take care of TK, stick charges and a tether across, that's barely enough.
Got him.
Oh no! I think if he ate the tango with a branch, he would have been fine.
Yeah, I think so too.
Damn, just the last stick of damage there from level 1 Thunderstrike enough to get the kill. Meanwhile, Chain Protector dies up top as well.
Okay, that's a pretty big deal.
Interesting.
How did that happen? That is one of those kills that's not supposed to happen. That's why they're tipping him.
I was not ready for that at all.
The tips come out because the team is like, yeah, that buddy should have done better than that. Sadly, that will mean that we do not have the survival of that tree. Ulu's still going to be unbothered, but now free gold for flyby. Makes life a lot easier. Already has access to this Helm of Iron Will, so the hood of the Helm of the Dominator is going to be coming just now. Should be perfectly sustained. And we should start seeing Son Goku potentially move away from this top lane, but he is terrified about what might happen to Flyby if he even takes a single step away. Grasp into right clicks from TA with the level 2 refraction, so she does now have that bonus damage. Would definitely hurt in the lane.
Yep. One thing that we have to also keep in mind in this game, of course, Beastmaster going for this Helm build means that he's gonna hit a pretty strong timing with that, especially once you get the Helm to start having these ancients to work with. But if you actually look at Night Stalker in the shard, Hunter and Knight, if it's at nighttime, you can consume a creep.
That is true.
Instantly killing it, restoring 35% of your own HP, no matter what creep it is, and a bunch of your mana on a 20-second cooldown. So, yeah, you have a counter up against the big Helm.
I would love for Shang-Chi to buy this. Please, my friend, you gotta do this.
Yeah.
Please buy this Aghanim shot.
You should,
like, Helm of the Overlord is like, what, 5k gold in total, right? So, being able to counter that with a 1400 item always feels super, super good in a game of Dota. Like, countering economy is one of these underrated aspects of the game, where you always try to make sure that you are able to be more efficient with meager amount of farm than your opponent is. And speaking of efficiency, top lane, Son Goku, being efficient right now, stacking some of these camps. He doesn't have... Oh, he missed the stack. Feels bad. Never mind. All the praise was gone, Son Goku. I was about to gas you up, my friend, but none of that for you anymore.
I'm actually going to double check whether I can find out whether you can even kill agents with it. I believe you can.
You should be able to, because it does say any creep, right?
Can be cast on any unit except for heroes, illusions, clones, creep heroes, and Roshan.
It can't target these creeps in nighttime though, or in daytime rather, the ancients. As we see him just taking a tumble down bottom, getting run down here by SAG, MS, getting initiation and help from D-Stones from the mid lane. So the first Kunkka rotation, very, very effective here. We don't see the same commensurate movement from Phoenix, as right now he's still a bit more concerned with CS and farm, but it's a great way to start the game as this Kunkka. And it looks like he is going for this very util focused build, not even going for Omelette, Spirit Vessel, baby. So two, not unique, but versatile builds that we're seeing back-to-back today on these Kunkkas.
It's Spirit Vessel as well. Like, someone needs to build it against IO, it's just too good. This is also nice. You stack up the small camp, you get a bunch of small little creeps, then you wait until the 700 mark until you farm it up so you can start getting the benefit of these neutral items as quickly as possible.
Yep.
Don't see something similar on the side of Aries right now. I mean, Ulu's is getting something for himself here. Bit of mana before he sends the ring back.
Nothing great picked up just yet for either team in terms of the neutrals. It's a Tumbler's Toy on one side. We had a, what do we have, a pick pole? Yep, Tumbler's Toy, a pick pole, and an arcane ring. So we'll see some of the really cool things Of course, I'm imagining that top lane, though, they might find an initiation with this jump. X marks the spot, drags Ulu back. Do they have this kill? They commit the second ultimate. Primal Roar is out, but he has living armor. Nature's Grasp back from Red Panda. He gets off the refraction, and he's fine. Sure, the Urn of Shadows will take away the refraction, but who cares? You survived this entire thing. Look at Ulu going right back to farming even. You don't scare me.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I mean, between Leech Seed and the living armor, he survived long enough despite the boat combo, despite the roar to follow.
Yep.
That was not great for SAG. Let me put it that way. That was gonna be such a good kill. That the crazy heals from Treant Protector just say, nope, you don't get that.
Nope. The crazy part is he wasn't even in
with
straight
the IO,
straights.
we were expecting it, but with the Treant? You know?
Red Panda doing his job, you know? You'll remember that when you're still on Team Elephant, you know, not a lot of teams in China were picking Tree, but he was still doing it because Red Panda is just that good on this hero. And now we move towards bottom. They're trying to get something going here. Phoenix has made this rotation, is sitting underneath vision though, so they know that this Wind Ranger is nearby. Does find a chipped vest. You're keeping the chipped vest right next to your Night Stalker. Seriously? Seriously? Wind Ranger? Hello? Phoenix? Hello?
What's the region, I guess? Nah,
Hello?
You should probably pick up the ring instead of the Ocean Heart. Oh wait, Ocean Heart's on the other side. You've got the ring or the pig pole. Both are probably better.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, poor Night Stalker. It's like, seriously, this item is like custom built for offlaners and you're taking it away from me, bro. Like, what the hell?
At least melee heroes, right?
Yeah, like... Oh well, he's going in still. Doesn't need a chipped vest. We'll go in with the Crippling Fear. Kinetic Field will zone them back. He still has a couple seconds left of nighttime, so thought he might decide to trigger it for a spell or two. You know, just have a little bit of fun.
Yep. So it's the ultimate to fall back on if required. Is up top. Trying to run on Red Panda here. He was walking through vision for a little bit with the Hawk, and now what? Okay, space created. Phoenix goes in with the TPs up top. The silence lasts forever and ever. Goodbye, Snapfire. Buyback from Treant, actually. As Io falls, more here's from SAG coming in. The glimpse back here on the Night Stalker. Starting to drain some damage. Overgrowth falls him in place. And now Ulu starting to right-click away onto these stones. He is tanky. Is he tanky enough, though? Looks like it. He will not fall. Night Stalker also walking away from this extra bit of slow is... Damn, did they just walk away from each other?
Okay.
Just a couple of supports dying. Treant Protector with the early buyback. I mean, it doesn't cost as much. Came back in, make some plays, but... That was a bit weird. It just stopped and were unable to actually get any core kills, but with this pressure, it looks like SAG will be able to claim this tower up top together with the catapult.
No doubt. That was actually some serious misplays from Aster.Aries. Red Panda went out too soon. He was trying to get out this overgrowth to set up for the TP streaming in. However, without the overgrowth, he comes through, trying to get it off. He comes out of vision, immediately dies. And with how quickly he dies, his team doesn't actually have an option to have him still be there. So when they come in with the Night Stalker, yeah, you have this Crippling Fear, you have him tethered up to the IO, but they don't actually have ways to keep the heroes in position long enough for damage to come out. Ulu and Phoenix both make their TPs in, but they're spending a large portion of that fight just trying to get into position to do right clicks. Eventually, the situation gets dire enough after they end up losing TK because Crippling Fear, as long as it lasts, it's not a permanent spell. They have to buy back on Red Panda, but if buyback comes too late, suddenly the fight's already lost. And everything just goes wrong. They might have been able to defend the tower otherwise. And now he's about to die back here. Getting caught by these heroes of SAG next to the tier 1 tower. 50 seconds in the grave. No way back. And the tier 1 tower going to get taken for free now by SAG.
Yep. Some really good movement here. Just going from top tier 1 straight to the tier 1 mid. And just pulling down these towers from 100 to 0 essentially is required when you're playing up against a Treant Protector. I mean, only has the one level in the living armor, just prioritizing the Leech Seed, but eventually, over time, if you don't kill these towers, obviously they will be back up to full.
Yeah.
So, pretty good. But all of that to buy some space has been a pretty decent ancient stack here, triple stack that Ulu just finished farming up. So this Temple Assassin is very, very strong already.
Yep.
Not going for the Blink route, got the Dragon Lance for the attack range, and closing in on the Desolator, not too far away. 800 gold or so. That's where things will start to get a bit dangerous, especially with the IO linking up. You can farm very effectively across the map and still be there for the fight. Son Goku gets a TP out.
Woo. Close call down bottom, but he's okay. And, you know, it actually is a bit of a concern, I think, that on the side of SAG, right, if we look at these item builds, D-Stones went for Spirit Vessel into BKB, MS is going Yules, presumably into BKB, but what this does mean is that they don't have an out-and-out right-clicker. So this TA practically has no contestation in terms of her physical damage scaling, provided she's not linked in the fight. She's going to be the big hero on the map right now, and the more she gets this farm freely without being contested, the closer she gets to that point where SAG don't really have a way to deal with her. Not that easy for them to utilize their spells on a much farmed TA, especially once the BKB emerges. So would like to see them getting aggressive now. And indeed, D-Stones and XCJ will decide to make a smoke move on the map. They want to reveal the Spirit Vessel, get some charges going for this, get a big kill or two, ideally on a TA, but they come across Phoenix instead. Really an awful target for them, but they're still going to go for this. Boat crashing onto her with the Static Storm. Morty's kisses follow through, and it's enough to get the kill. But here comes potential revenge as they're going on to MS. Ulu looking for the right clicks. Doesn't have much because he's already been linked up. At the same time, flyby Primal Roar out onto Shang-Chi, but they didn't have enough to get this kill. TK try to TP home, gets dragged back by the X marks the spot. D-Stones managing to catch the torrent out onto the tree as well, allowing and enabling them to bring down Red Panda, but it does eventually come at a cost as they bring down MS. Shang-Chi found him before retreating further into the trees up on top. Alright, that's a fight that they finally seem to have taken, and that's gone somewhat okay for them on the side of SAG. They get the 3-for-2 trade, but it does cost them the life of Razor. If D-Stones can get this one here, drag and drop. He's trying. He knows that there's a Night Stalker nearby. There will be crippling fear. Oh, okay, he's trying to avoid getting glimpsed, but you can't dodge both. Something's gonna hit my friend, and it's gonna be the X, the boat, the Snapfire cookie, and then it's gonna be a dominating streak for Snapfire as she now claims the kill.
Yeah, I think the timing was slightly off. I think the Desolator only came in for Ulu after that fight. So slightly unfortunate. Still could have gone worse, I guess.
Yeah.
Especially in context of what we were talking about before. Like, this Temple Assassin is only now hitting that timing. So that was basically perfectly timed fight for SAG, and the fact that they didn't... I mean, getting that extra kill on Night Stalker at the end was great, but he was only in that position because he was finishing up the Razor, and he needed to finish up the Razor because TA wasn't doing enough damage without the Desolator and the Link on top of her, so things get a bit awkward as we might see another one. XCJ glimpse back as Ulu is stuck inside the Static Storm, but the Overgrowth catches absolutely everybody. They're all trying to slow down this Night Stalker, but the right clicks are coming from Ulu. If she gets close, yeah, there it is. Without Reflection, it's a little bit awkward. It gets it off now, but the damage over time is real. The backup from the team was not there. Oh no, that was very awkward.
Oof. Beyond awkward. It seemed like it was going to go well for them. They find XCJ. You know, it's XCJ and Phoenix challenging each other again. It's not so bad. Boat doesn't crash properly because we finally did get to see a drag and drop. The misplay happening where a spell goes in one direction with X and Glimpse, allowing the hero to dodge those spells kind of hilariously, but it ends up not mattering at all. SAG are just too strong right now. They throw out the Morty's kisses as well onto Ulu. We were talking about how strong the timing is once she has BKB, but she's not there yet. And now we see why it's so necessary for her to have that item. Just Morty's kisses, that's it. Suddenly Ulu has to run, can do nothing anymore in the fight. The rest of the team just certainly unable to fully back her up because they also lack defensive prowess. So Aster.Aries really getting put up against it right now here, Dragon Drop, and SAG are in a very good position. After they got that fight, Flyby is now also about to finish the full Helm of the Overlord. So it feels like this game hasn't really started in earnest just yet for SAG. They've still been struggling with their tower siege and their objective take. Once that's up, it becomes a lot more difficult for Aster.Aries to stop those things from happening, especially when they'll have an Aegis to boot in their back pocket.
Yep. Didn't quite see what happened to TK there, but him not being linked up with the TA really was a big problem. That last fight. Like, if you want to go in like that, if you can't rely on a BKB to keep your refraction up, you really need that extra survivability from the IO to get that damage out.
Yeah.
The damage was there, but SAG did a really good job kiting and then just pouncing the moment TA got out of position, as they realized that the rest of her team wasn't there to back her up properly. So it's Aries still a very powerful draft, but they cannot afford too many more mistakes. Like, they need to execute it properly in this. It's a great start. Now the Static Storm basically wasted the overgrowth.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that was necessary.
You know what happened? Ulu was right there and was like, Red Panda, R him. Screw that guy. He got me last fight, yeah. How do you like an ultimate, huh, Snapfire? It's nice, nah? But definitely
There's no
unnecessary.
way he leaves now. He needs to be punished.
Sadly, they don't get anything off the back of this. And it's actually really funny. SAG, this area of the map where we see them playing into right now, they've actually been masters of this for like the last 5 minutes. Aster.Aries haven't been able to control their own jungle. Flyby is always sending hawks here. They're always dewarding this area. And it feels really fun to play like this because you're putting pressure on a team that is just kind of greedy. It's either this team is greedy on Aster.Aries or they're a 4 protect one lineup. There's no way in between. And if you're forcing them into playing 4 protect 1, yeah, sure, Ulu's still getting all this farm, but Night Stalker and Phoenix aren't. And there's fewer and fewer places on the map for them to get that farm. And it becomes a lot easier to deal with the rest of a lineup and then turn your attention back for the TA. I mean, you still do have this BKB piercing disable. This Razor still has a BKB piercing link. You know, you can still make sure that when she does BKB, she actually doesn't do anything in these fights. And the rest of the heroes aren't in the position to do anything either. So the better able they are to put this pressure on the map, the harder the game becomes for Aster.Aries, despite Ulu still being the network leader.
I think Aries, they're a bit timid right now. They could have made a play on mid. Kind of setting up behind it. I mean, with 2 different observer wards. There's one side the river, a little bit older. And there's also one behind the tier 1 tower. But the fact that this one's still alive and the one on the dire side isn't, that's that early movement from SAG, bringing down these tier 1 towers, is what enabled them to play so aggressive into the dire jungles. They get the glimpse up top on Red Panda, so that should be a free kill.
Yep. Bye.
And it is.
Bye.
So SAG, with this pace being accelerated, making sure that TA is the only one that they need to kind of worry about, and yeah, as I said, they have the tools to deal with her.
Yep.
And yeah, they're in a good spot to just keep going here. They're just going from objective to objective right now.
Not getting blocked off at all. There's Ancient Granite Golem joins them for this big push middle. Oh, Phoenix! Phoenix, no! Alright, you have BKB, but now you've used the 9-second charge just to escape when you could have just pressed S. Cancel the TP, no! Oh,
sometimes
gosh.
S is a better button than R. It was. It would have been in that game.
Oh, gosh. That is... This is a problem. This is a problem. Now we have an 8-second BKB charge, the first one of the game used in that way. Ulu still at the very least has a 9-seconder, but that does mean that these 2 heroes now have slightly different peaks. And it's not like this came for free, right? Because SAG, they just went and got a BKB for D-Stones. Actually smoking back in. They know for a fact that there's no defense on Phoenix, so if they can catch him, it's a definite kill. And they almost found the range for the X, literally a few units shy of being able to get it happening for themselves.
Yeah. Also like this movement rather than going for the tier 1 bot, because if you kill that, yeah, I mean, you get another tower for free, but you also refresh a glyph, which makes going high ground a little bit tougher, whereas if they'd gotten that kill on the Windrunner, they might have very well been able to put on some pressure on the tier 3 in exchange. Ulu actually got the last hit on the Hawk with a splash from side blade, so that's also very nice.
Oh, snap! MS just outplayed Shang-Chi. He outplayed Shang-Chi and TK. So he moves bottom, starts draining the Night Stalker, anticipating that the IO is going to try and get the relocate out. And IO is going to die too. TK, sorry friend, you're getting dragged. Wait, what? Oh no!
Glimpse back home! I mean, yeah, there's no way you can just cancel a TP, because it's 3 seconds and glimpse duration is 4 seconds. And meanwhile, Ulu brought up as he pops the BKB, a couple more rankings and D-stones. He will live now, but Tosu actually does have help from TK this time. In fact, Phoenix able to finish off the Beastmaster in turn. This time Ulu lives.
Okay. All right. Things are still fine. It's okay. That was the best play they could possibly have made at this point in time, to kill Flyby right after they'd lost MS down. They'd lost Son Goku. Oh, Shang-Chi, excuse me. Son Goku tried his absolute darndest to make sure that they did not get that kill onto the Flyby Beastmaster, but sadly it couldn't happen. So with both offlaners gone, it's a little bit worse to lose Night Stalker because he's supposed to be active right now. But losing Flyby does mean that SAG, for the first time in the last like 5 minutes, are inconvenienced somewhat, and they can't keep the pressure up on the map. But they still have both outposts here. They haven't lost a tier 2 of their own, so they won't lose theirs. So you're just getting sheer experience bonus for yourself. You're still doing a really good job of getting farm on your 2 primary cores in the Razor and the Kunkka. MS is going for a Shiva's Guard now. This Kunkka's going for the AC. So armor, the one aspect of damage that Aries have is physical damage with Ulu. But how do you deal with Shivas and AC? It's going to be a lot of armor to worry about as Ulu. This Phoenix hero hasn't necessarily built into having a lot of burst herself, so she's still only now angling towards getting the Blink Dagger. Now, like, post 25 minutes, I feel like the effectiveness of Blink on Wind Ranger is a lot lower than it is prior to this. You know, it can still get some crazy sick multi-hero shackles, but for the most part, when that item gets, like, unleashed pre-25, like in this 18 to 25 minute window, it feels so strong. But she was forced to itemize defensively in this game. And they're going to force more defense. They're smoking up, but they're going to come across Ulu and TK. Oh no, Plasma Field. Their first tether still on. TK doesn't have the need to use the relocate just yet, as they do come across Red Panda. Quick kill onto him as Phoenix shackle out onto Flyby. But Flyby's already done his job in this fight. Will end up dying, but it's dragged Phoenix so far forward that they get the Wind Ranger as well. Shang-Chi try to flap in, but flapped into a Static Storm. Will immediately end up losing his life. TK try to save him. Try to utilize the tether and relocate, but just has to watch the Night Stalker die and has to come back and die in the same position as he will. There is nobody to tether to easily. They use you up even if you try, and you will get brought down. Double kill for Son Goku. 4 heroes die. Ulu the lone survivor, but SAG just too strong to stop right now. And this is even after the Aegis has expired, but they feel no appetite to stop the train of momentum.
It's a bit weird that they decided to take that fight. I mean, they could have just tried to run away after losing the Treant Protector. As it stands, they didn't have any overgrowth in that fight. No leash seed or anything, so... And him walking forward? Feels like they're a bit flustered right now. I mean, he gets to live as the rest of Aries is coming back, but... I was gonna say with the Blink Dagger choice on Wind Ranger, I was gonna say that Aries realized that they needed to make some plays, and maybe they can make some right here. The shackles on some Goku, MS is there, the roar up on Night Stalker, starting to click away, healed up by TK, but it's just a little bit too much, and not enough threat there from Aries.
Wow.
That's what it comes down to. Another glimpse back, Ulu with the BKB afterwards into the Blink. Not really getting himself to safety though, and that means he's gonna be run down as well. He's just ignoring him, trying to run down Phoenix, BKB TP out, knowing that Ulu is no way to leave himself. The rest of his team can just finish him off, and I think this is just a communication issue and leadership issue for Aster.Aries right now, because I feel like they would have had the ability to keep playing this game. But they just made a bad decision that just led to another bad decision that led to them just losing at least one set of racks here, and the second one sure to follow.
Unfortunately, in Dota 2, decisions tend to cascade. One good decision can often lead to another, but the same is true of bad decisions. Well, actually, in some regard, it's more true of bad decisions. Lots and lots of things have gone wrong in a short span of time for Aster.Aries, and they've lost a full lane of racks middle, melee racks taken away in the top lane. Red Panda, like you mentioned, doesn't have the Ags upgrade just yet to raise buildings from the dead, so can do nothing to assist his team from this point. And they're gonna go towards the Roshan pit. It's not up just yet, but it will be soon. The really frustrating thing for Aster.Aries is anytime that they get caught out, they just don't have counterplay options. If overgrowth is over, it's literally just overgrowth. And potentially TK relocating you out, but if those don't work out for you, There's nothing much they can do, and especially because Red Panda doesn't have the Blink Dagger, so it's hard for him to even get in position for a good overgrowth. We saw from that one fight, as they get a shackle, Phoenix finds MS. Not sure about the viability of this target though. It's fairly low. Spirit Vessels out onto him. They glimpse back. Shang-Chi doesn't have a BKB to save himself. Ulu though, Primal Road up, can't deliver the right click damage. MS is still alive. They drag back Red Panda with D-Stones as both. They will be able to find that kill. They eventually do find MS though. Shang-Chi, what else can he get here? These heroes are all porting away. He scouts out XCJ. Really wants to chase him. Crippling Fear is out. Ulu's there as well. The Ghost Scepter tries to heal him up for a moment, but the Shackle Shot prevents the TP. And Phoenix will get that double kill. So 3 heroes do end up falling. It turns out them finding MS relatively alone on the high ground and having the Spirit Vessel finally paying dividends for the side of Aster.Aries. They keep this game going here, Drag and Drop. Look how much gold they got out of that fight.
Yep. Exactly what I was just talking about. Like, if they are the ones making plays, they have the ability to accomplish them. I mean, this would have been looking a lot easier, a lot cleaner if this was like 2-3 minutes ago. As it stands, it was much scarier than you would have hoped, but SAG a little bit too far away from each other to effectively counterplay that time. And somehow Windrainer stays on top of the Razor to finish him off at the end of it. Now they even get Roshan, Aegis, and the shot in the inventory. Now can they get out? The roar over onto the Night Stalker, healed up by TK, but still burst down. Defensive relocate, yeah, not going very far anyway, so TK will be the second casualty.
Hashtag worth. End of the day.
Yeah. They get away with Aegis and the shot, so yeah, this is... Considering the game state, they didn't really have any business of winning that last weird fight. They didn't have any business walking away with the Aegis there, but they did, so... They're holding on, Snare. They're holding on. This is not the kind of Temple Assassin game where she gets like really good timings on items, which she did, but she didn't really turn that into like a snowballing game where you just jump on targets and 3-shot them, you know?
Unfortunately, it's been the relative lack of initiation. It's almost actually kind of funny, right? That one fight that you were mentioning that they had no business winning. And just before the fight started, you were talking about how now that they have this Blink Dagger, they firstly recognize that they need it to make plays. And then almost as soon as they have it, the game just feels different. They can actually do stuff on the map. Before this, they still don't have a Blink Dagger on Shang-Chi, and I was sort of worried about this, about what would happen if Night Stalker gets to this stage of the game with nothing effectively, and he does kind of have nothing. So they were slowed down so much, but as soon as they get that additional Blink and they have some degree of mobility, some degree of playmaking, Aster.Aries just feel like a much stronger team. With this Aegis though, they still don't feel super comfortable going in for a straight up fight. They know that SAG is still on balance, much stronger as a lineup. They only really have all their power sitting on Ulu. But SAG's power is very well distributed. Hell, even Son Goku starting to get a bit up there, Drag and Drop, in terms of his effectiveness in these fights. Level 18, gonna get level 20 soon? Already has Aghanim shot? Are you kidding me? This is great.
Yep. It's pretty good indeed, and yeah, part of the reason why Aries was able to handle that was because SAG was not running around as a 5-man unit. They were a little bit further spread out, so they were able to do enough damage to the Razor initially that they shifted like his priorities in a team fight. Like normally Razor, if he has more health, maybe just pops BKB and turns around to fight. As it stands, you pop BKB to try and run away.
Yeah.
Not dealing nearly as much damage back, right? These are the kind of margins that you have to play. But Aries also need to realize that they cannot do that when SAG are already there playing together as 5, because then the response will be obviously much, much more swift.
SAG recognize the same thing, and that's why they're all grouped up as well. They are, I mean, Kunkka's a little bit further away, but it is a Kunkka. He can get there relatively quickly. Sadly for Aster.Aries, it does mean that they can't do anything. And you can see that they're a bit frustrated, right? They've smoked and they've been moving around as a unit like twice now off the map. And they really want to do something, but they just can't. Red Panda might die for this. X back. TK, don't do it. No, TK. No, don't do it. Oh God, TK did it. I don't think they'll... they actually might... He's dead, dude.
That's fine.
Nah, they killed him.
He's still fine right now.
Alright, let's see. 1 in chat if you think he lives. 2 in chat if you think he dies. I think he's dead for sure. And TK is indeed a goner. Got him.
You just wanted to go back home. I told you, he's fine. He just didn't walk that, that turret. Yeah, it doesn't really work. He is dead. He's buying back as a tier 3 falls. Top lane range racks also being taken care of by creeps right now. So SAG only one set of racks away. Okay, Link over Nulu. He's taking so much damage here. He needs some help, and he is, but still trying to man-fight MS. Oh god, alright. Night Stalker just disappeared. Ulu. The defense to relocate could have come in very handy there, but it didn't. Was not available. GG, well played is called as SAG.
Whoa.
Aries needed to play perfectly, but they didn't. I mean, just losing heroes one by one there. Really what did them in. Once again, communication, coordination, not where it was. Not where it needed to be this entire game, it feels like.
Absolutely not.
At least the majority of it.
Oof. What a game from Sparking Arrow Gaming. 31-10 is the kill score here, Drag and Drop. 31-10. Aster.Aries got practically nothing done, except for the only thing they accomplished in this game, it feels like, is Ulu got really farmed, right? Got all the items that he felt like he needed, but ultimately it ends up not being enough. Despite ending the game as net worth leader, really felt like he couldn't do anything. And we saw in that last fight, got all his damage drained away. This is often why it's so scary to play TA into Razor. You know, Razor just runs at you, presses W, and gets the dub as a result in the fight, right? They couldn't get the TA out of there. You know, it's actually really sad for them, I think, for the side of Sparking, of Aster.Aries rather, is right before that fight started, TK relocates out to try and save Shang-Chi. Because he doesn't get the reload, because he fails to get the reload, suddenly they end up in a situation where they wind up not having it available for the Templar Assassin instead. Oof. Pain and suffering here, Drag and Drop. And as we look at some of these highlights, this game was just very difficult. It started out looking like this might still go well for them, but as fight after fight just kept happening, SAG just kept somehow coming ahead. You know, situations like this, huge overgrowth, but it doesn't matter. You have the setup with Morty's Kisses, and I think they end up losing Razor here, but it took a long chase, and in the process, they just lost so much elsewhere in the fight.
Oh man, it's also one of these great overgrowth, but Ulu doesn't really get to right-click the targets that he wants to. Razor comes in, not even linking them, but they just end up walking away because they realize, all right, we don't need to fight this. But then Ulu just keeps looking. Then they realize, wait a second, he doesn't have anything left. His team is also gone, so let's just turn around with kisses and kill him off. MS. Oh man.
This one was really funny, honestly. This was hilarious, yeah.
Oh boy.
This is the kind of game for Aster.Aries. I feel like it's like you mentioned, they had to play perfectly, but when we go into the next draft, I think they really are going to be considering to themselves, we can't afford to go as greedy as we did. We have to do something different. There's no way that we can go 2 games in a row in the same situation. If we do, clearly SAG, it's like you were mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, right? They understand what they need to do when they need to do it. Even if the results haven't necessarily gotten them that, or the execution isn't always perfect, clearly the understanding is there. And when the understanding is there, and they're allowed to get themselves in a good draft situation like this, where they can exploit the enemy team, they will beat you. Right? You can't just look at their current record and say, well, they're beneath us in the standings. Let's get a bit greedy with the draft. No. If you get greedy with the draft, you have to get perfect lanes. If not, CDEC will exploit this.
Yeah. I love how in this one, like Windrunner had the BKB just running through a static storm. Someone's still finding the blink to catch up with the Razor to get that kill. So that was, again, playing on the edge right there. So this is the very last one, as they just get run over one by one. So yeah, I mean, Aries, it's not even 3-0-22. Very nice from these stones. Aries have got a reputation to protect. They've got a flawless streak to protect here. If they lose this best of 3, they'll still be in a good position in the standings. But 5-0 looks a lot better than 4-1 for sure. But for SAG, yeah, they've needed to show up. We've talked about it, and they did in this game.
They absolutely did. So SAG, they showed up. You do love to see it. They get themselves that opening W, and this is how you set up for an overall series win here. This is how you try and defeat an undefeated team. Exploit a little bit of their greed, punish them for it. Do not allow them to just walk away with the game. And SAG, so far, good on the money in that regard. We will see whether or not they can keep that momentum going for themselves as we head into the second game. Right now, we're going to take a small break, see whether or not the second game is going to be as electric as this one. For you, though, don't go anywhere. Everybody stick around because we will be right back to continue with the series. This is Aster.Aries versus Sparking Arrow Gaming. This is Snare and Drag and Drop, and Game 2 coming at you in just a moment. Ladies, gentlemen, and our NB comrades, welcome back here to the lower division of the China DPC as we continue with this incredible series between Sparking Arrow Gaming and Aster.Aries, a series that isn't just incredible from the perspective of the gameplay, but might have major ramifications on the leaderboard, on these teams' journeys to the upper division, and potentially to TI itself. Right now, Aster.Aries, though undefeated up until this point and having only dropped a single map, ended up losing game one. Sparking Arrow Gaming took it to them. They showed them what's up. And now in game two, drag and drop. Are they going to do it again? Is Sparking Arrow Gaming going to be the first team to put an L next to the Aster.Aries name?
That'll be quite a heist, wouldn't it? I mean, they're certainly coming in with the momentum of game number one. Aries looked like they were kind of a bit broken, like they were uncoordinated, like they were really not used to playing from behind. I mean, obviously the draft wasn't really conducive to that either, right? I mean, if you're running a Windrunner and a TA on the same team, and the Night Stalker too, those are all heroes that were momentum based, that really need to play from at least even, but really want to be ahead to really dominate.
Yeah.
And Sparking Arrow denied that, right? They were the ones just knowing exactly what they needed to do, increase the pace of the game, just get down these tier 1 towers very quickly, take over the dire side jungle, so that only one hero could really farm effectively, which was Ulu, which they had solutions for. So like that, they had a great game plan up against what Aster.Aries had to offer, and they executed it to perfection as well. So yeah, if they can replicate that same success in game number two, I can definitely see them winning it. They've certainly got a lot of sparks due to the name here with the Razor and Disruptor on the field. I once again on the other side, and this time with a very early Outworld Devourer pick, Outworld Destroyer.
I mean, how do we all forget that the name changed? Like, I also literally forget it. As soon as I see OD, with how often this hero is picked these days, I see this name and I instantly forget it. It's Outworld Devourer. Sorry, Valve. Y'all need to go and fix your copy, you know? But like you mentioned, Sparking Arrow Gaming starting off with a very similar draft from game one, which is a good thing, right? It was successful. They clearly are very comfortable playing the style necessitated by these two heroes. And you already have access to the Disruptor versus the IO. We saw how effective this could be in game one. The Static Storm, really, really good. Also, they have potential here to either grab OD in a rough situation or have a just make sure that any hero that is trying to get chased by the OD, there's a harder time for OD to catch up, right? Sure, you can set up the Astral to make sure that you don't get completely away, but Disruptor can make life a bit complicated. And Static Storm, one of the best spells against OD because that hero does absolutely nothing if he's silenced. Also, look at this. 3 heroes straight up that are exactly the same. And Aster.Aries, all right. After making sure to ban Night Stalker, Invoker, Puck in phase 2, they go for Queen of Pain. So it looks like we're going to be having the safe lane OD here from Aster.Aries. Ulu not done playing these mid heroes in the safe lane. IO will be probably backing up another aggressive hero for Shang-Chi, as Ogre will probably be in the OD lane, but now SAG yet again have a game where they're playing into Aster.Aries, where Aster.Aries need good lanes, need a very good start, have somewhat to moderately greedy heroes. And then you just pick Doom. You press one button, one of these 2 core heroes from Aster.Aries does literally nothing. Between this and Static Storm of Disruptor, the game pre-BKB, I do not want to be in the server, honestly. Like, if I'm one of these core players for Aster.Aries, I don't want to play this at all.
Queen of Pain, if she gets doomed, she's dead. OD, probably the same. IO can maybe keep them alive, can relocate them back. But, yes, you're right, they don't do anything in a fight. Like, they don't do any damage. Even if OD gets healed up in the middle, even if he can't stand his ground, he doesn't have access to his orb, his orb attack, which is where the majority of his damage is going to come from. So this Doom has the potential to really wreck any sort of team fight if he gets that off in the right way.
Yep.
So also very strong lane in general. He's not necessarily in the sense that he's going to win every lane, but that he's going to have a good mid game no matter what, because he just gets extra money from Devour. And then the Midas that they often go for. So I would like to see Aries kind of try and match that aggression with what is the question, right? You'd think maybe Legion Commander together with the IO seems like a strong lane, but you're up against the Razor, right? You always got to consider that, and got to consider whether that's worth it, and apparently it is in a different way here. Ursa
Okay.
kind of annoyed with the Razor too. We can put the bear on a leash, you know, take him for a walk. Normally not too great, but at least you don't have the laning matchup. If how are they gonna lane this now, though?
They have to pick Quap off lane. I think they were too worried about the Doom pick, so they were like, okay, we can't actually play mid Quap safe lane OD anymore. So I think you shift Quap to the off lane, you put OD mid, you put Ursa in the safe lane. The Ursa versus Razor matchup is one of those peculiar ones where Razor can do really well, but Ursa one of the very few heroes in the game that can do damage fast enough to kill Razor before you lose too much damage. So that was the only thing I can imagine why they were like, listen, we have to do this, especially because Sparking Arrow Gaming, this Raid King ban I think is genius. I think that absolutely was the hero they really wanted from Aster.Aries. It being not available, what are you going to do? At least get a hero that is still decent in lane versus the Doom. Doesn't hurt as much if you get doomed versus a lot of other heroes you could have gotten, but still feels like it's going to be an uphill game here for Ulu to play on this Ursa. A lot needs to be done. You need to get BKB super early. You need to make sure that you put a lot of pressure onto the lane against Doom. You need to make sure that you're not going to have IO as backup for you. You know, IO's primary job this game is going to be keeping OD alive. So you need to sort out your own survivability as well. Do you go for this diffusal build so you can be up and active early? Do you decide to build Barrel Fury so you have some scaling potential for later in the game? Doesn't feel like an easy decision matrix right now for Ulu. And SAG just round out the draft with a Lifestealer. Okay. Get some good old-fashioned fight into the Quap OD. Even Ursa, like a big enough Lifestealer, Ursa has a difficult time being able to challenge. You have to get bigger than him to be able to fight him back, but with the rest of the team set up as they are right now, like there's passengers for the Lifestealer, there's a strong lane for him. I don't think he dies on that side of the map. And they've actually switched this up now. Look who's going into the off lane. Shang-Chi OD. Off lane. Okay. All right. All right, Drag and Drop. We're seeing some new stuff today.
I mean, why not? You know, why not? We've seen Shadow Fiend safe lane. Why not see ODIO in the off lane?
Oh, gosh.
Stranger things have happened. I mean, any sort of IO lane should at least be stable enough. Right? They should be not bullied out too hard here.
Yeah.
This Lifestealer pick, like, he should also be fine, right?
I
Click Awaken, Uline Rage.
It doesn't feel like the kind of Lifestealer game that I want to be in, though. Like, I'm not sorry that I want to be playing against, right? If I'm on the side of Aster.Aries, all these heroes, it's only really the Ursa that's kind of okay with this, but both Queen of Pain and OD, if this Lifestealer gets to the point where he has, say, Basher plus attack speed items, and then he gets on top of you, and they still have Doom to be able to cover to make sure that these heroes can't get away. They still have the Disrupted Glimpse to ensure that there's no real IO relocate option. They've got Static Storm for Queen of Pain jump in. They still have Morty's Kisses for that big magical damage. This is a hard game for Aster.Aries. This is a difficult game for them, but if they do weather the storm in the laning phase, they might be able to do it here. Because if they do, let's say, get an early Aghanim Scepter after this Meme Hammer for the OD, double Astral feels really strong against all the cores on the side of SAG. And of course, just having Meme Hammer here, they don't have practically any way to be able to cancel the setup of that spell or any channeling really from the side of SAG unless they commit ultimates. So that does mean that you do have some tempo options, right? It's not going to be like last game where after they got an item or two, they're like, okay, what now? We don't have a Blink Dagger on Shang-Chi, so we can't go in from him. Okay, do we have a Blink Dagger on Phoenix? No, not yet. We have to farm one at 25 minutes. This game, the options for them to start fighting emerge a lot sooner and a lot easier than it did in game one.
Yeah. Phoenix started with Blink to get
Wait,
the war
what?
out quickly and undetected.
Hmm.
I'm not too sure about this. It kind of gives. I guess it's if up against a Razor, right? You want the Blink against the Link anyway.
Yeah, but D-Stones might
not too
not
bad.
start with this. He might start with Plasma Field just to make sure he gets the range creep. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's probably not the biggest of deals. Especially if it allows this war to stay alive and undetected, which it seems to be. So... Yeah, certainly an interesting approach there from Aster.Aries. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Yeah. I mean, we know that it's them having confidence on the side of SAG. Look how they planted the ward from D-Stones. They didn't plant it earlier when they were all around the area. He literally just walked up with the creep wave, plops it down. He's like, oh yeah, BT dubs. I want to do this. Yeah. And there's the drain. There's the blink away. D-Stones now knows that blink is up first, so can just stay around the high ground a little bit more because the cooldown at level 1, not the fastest in the world, but still going to be good enough for Phoenix to should get a creep or 2 off this first wave. We'll get this one. Let's see. No, not yet. This is not good, Dragon Drop. If he misses this range creep, things start to get a little bit dicey here, and indeed he does. Feels bad.
Well, game is lost. Congratulations, SAG, for 2-0 victory. Range creep was really the last straw.
Oh my gosh.
Is he missing another one? Oh no.
Yeah, he got denied in his face on the other one. Dude, D-Stones is actually unironically owning this matchup right now. He might end up winning the game off of this. This is not good for Phoenix. This is not good for Phoenix. So it's also not good for the rest of his team because they'll need his help. He'll need to come bottom at some point to help with the Sonic Wave. Unfortunately, you know, Ogre, not the support hero, but it's beefy, you know, can do a lot of protection, but will tank a lot of damage here against these 2 heroes, against Red Panda and Son Goku. Will at least keep them away from Ulu, but you'll never feel safe in this lane, and eventually they'll have enough to kill you, whether you like it or not on this hero.
It's like half a dozen creeps there, but somehow Red Panda still gets the ignite to go on both heroes instead. It's like, what? Not sure how that worked out. He almost got punished for it here, now back up to full health on the back of the south.
Yeah.
Trying to do his thing. Ulu though gotta be very careful. Cookie forward does connect. Now this, with Ogre Magi eating the salve himself, is not available for Ulu right now, so... Oh, not playing this support live. They don't even have tangles between them right now.
Yeah. They are out of regen.
Only now walking out, this is actually terrible.
Wait, do they don't seem to have a salve themselves still on SAG, so... Oh, they do still have one on Son Goku. Alright, yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Red Panda does cancel the salve though, using the Ignite, but ultimately Ulu is still the one that's going to be facing a little bit more difficulty and danger in this lane. And top lane, you know, MS is not going to have this problem. Sure, he's laning into an OD, but all OD has as a weapon to deal with him is going to be Astral, and you do not level Astral this early, so... And Flyby, oh my god, they actually got the kill onto Ulu! Oh no! That was not supposed to happen.
He was playing like he was full health when you had 200.
Oh no. Ulu,
it wasn't supposed to happen,
why?
but the way he was playing, it was inevitable, really. It was really weird. He would stick around there for so long, so aggressively.
Yeah, definitely. Ends up losing out in that situation when he really shouldn't have. That should have just been a out and out clear kill, or just straight up lane situation until you get yourself back. But with him losing his life, this puts a lot of pressure now onto other parts of the map. They need to do really, really well to be able to cover this Ursa. Mid, not going super well, although there's been some good recovery for Phoenix. In the top lane, though, is where things really start to look interesting for them, because the Shang-Chi OD is laning quite well, and he's not that far away from having this meme hammer. When he has it, it should be around the time that Phoenix is level 6, so we'll see a rotation, I think, from the Queen of Pain to help them get a Sonic Wave kill. But a rotation might also emerge from the Razor, who is doing really well in experience. He's a level ahead of Phoenix right now, who is just going to crack level 5, but D-Stones, for the most part, just happy with how everything's going. Been able to just calmly sit back, get his farm. You know, we're going to have a game where it's not MS on the Razor, but we're still expecting a Razor to have a pretty decent performance here for the side of SAG.
This Cookie dodge there on the Ursa, but Red Panda might still be in trouble. Actually got the Frost attack from Flyby for the extra slows, but now with TK also joining in. Extra attack speed for Ulu.
Nice.
Enough damage here between the 3 of them to bring down Flyby, so very nicely done indeed.
Did require to be 3 of them though, which is a little bit of a problem. You know, always kind of sucks when you have to commit so much for a kill to happen, but nonetheless, you still make it go. You took away the IO though, so that does mean Shang-Chi needs to play a little bit carefully on the side of the map, and they're going back in for Son Goku. Red Panda and TK doing as much as they can onto the Snapfire. Now, sadly, Flyby is back. This one is one of the most terrifying things about laning into Doom. When he comes back, full HP, full mana, has some raindrops, and he's like, all right, y'all ready for round 2? Let's do this. They even bring XCJ, so we're going to have some tri-lane action on this side of the map, and it's going to start off with an aggression onto Flyby. Red Panda, though, Thunderstrike and Scatterblast will bring him very low. Flyby gets saved by XCJ and Son Goku. The Fire Snap Cookie enables the Doom to run away. Ulu almost died himself, but they didn't have enough to turn around with the Doom. Flyby kept alive, and this big movement from all the supports ends up benefiting the side of SAG.
Yeah. Very good, recognizing that. Yeah, I mean, top lane IO left because OD doesn't really need too much help, because MS kind of laning alone because he doesn't need any help either, which frees up both these supports, not just IO, but of course also XCJ. Find somewhere else to base, so means we have this tri-lane to work with.
Yeah. They're keeping this tri-lane pressure.
Aggression again, Scorched Earth used. Could definitely be a lot more explosive. Certainly once these mids also want to start rotating around. There is level 7 now on Queen of Pain. So a good amount of damage potential from that. Razor, he's probably happier just farming up jungle a little bit more.
Yeah. Here comes the first Sonic Wave rotation though. She's level 7 like you said, and what can they find here? Son Goku gonna be the target. Oh, beautiful. There is range for 2 heroes to get caught in Sonic Wave, but Son Goku makes the correct play. Fire Snap Cookie in the opposite direction. Says, get away from my team. Don't even worry about them, or rather focus on me, and they do so dutifully. Alright, good kill. Good kill.
Good thing too that they didn't need a Sonic Wave, because Phoenix was kinda out of mana there. At the little charge could maybe put him over the edge. But yeah. Still has that available, so threat is still real. Still linked up with the IO for that extra bit of region.
Yeah. Well, while all this has been happening though, Shang-Chi and MS have been having their own little war up on top. MS was being really out-CS'd by this OD, but is caught up quite well right now. And with it just 1v1, you just have pretty much infinite farm options on the side of the map. We'll be able to get to your armlet with no problem really, as we see them fighting again bottom. Ulu is the one in danger. Fire Snap Cookie tossing them forward. He's inside the kinetic field as well. Io comes in with the tether. They've got the fire going from the Scorched Earth. It's gonna be enough. Flyby. They thought they might be able to kill him with the Fury Swipe. Sadly, they can't do it. And they lose the Doom, but here comes Shang-Chi to try and get more out of this as well. They also take down XCJ. They didn't have enough in the tank for both Red Panda and TK. So good rotation from Shang-Chi. Here comes D-Stones though, looking for additional revenge. Ooh. Nobody's in range for the plasma field. They saw him with this observer ward. If they didn't see him, Red Panda was actually walking in that direction. Very, very lucky to stay alive there, and D-Stones cannot utilize this haste rune.
Did have raindrops on Red Panda, so he might not have died to it, but look at this freaking meme hammer build. Just drop the hammer, the actual hammer on top of it too.
Double hammers.
This is so annoying from OD. That he can get away with just rushing into that.
Yep.
Nah, I don't need boots, whatever.
Boots?
Don't
Boots for who?
Flyby. Just TP back down here. If he dies again, this would be awful indeed. As it stands, he's just left with 200 HP.
Oh.
Not amazing either. Can't really contest this as the meme hammer, not just great against heroes, but also against towers, obviously. So chipping away at this bottom, forcing out the glyph.
He's also rushing the Aghanim Scepter. Is Ulu dead? I think Ulu's dead.
Actually, top.
Yeah, Ulu's 100% dead.
Does have an ultimate to work with, so it could potentially turn us around here, right in front of the tower. Damage is being drained. Ulu starts to turn around. But he has to start running. This damage is just not there.
I thought for sure they were going to be confident enough to actually chase for that kill. Son Goku with Fire Snap Cookie onto D-Stones. Like when he got dragged back from the glimpse, I thought they were going to utilize that for the stun, but they didn't feel confident. Despite D-Stones draining more than 100 damage in that situation, he still felt it wasn't good enough, and they let him live, they let him go.
Huh. New lease of life there for the bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Just
There we go. Round number 2, Red Panda in front. As these stones looking to nuke him down. He's still alive for a little bit longer. The Doom over on the Queen of Pain despite the heals. Not enough to prevent that counter. So 1-for-1 trade. Cookie forward. Try and get in range. Nice little multicast here, but still the vision for Red Panda. Link back. Relocate. Save on him. Just a little. Never mind. Actually cancel that. I don't know if that was right here. Either way, Flyby dies on Goku as well.
Oof.
As Ulu comes in from the back.
oof.
What the hell happened there? That was a weird fight. But certainly in favor of Aries at the end of the day.
What that was indecision.
Curious dice.
That was indecision. You know what happened? So they didn't want to. Flyby was very, very loath to use the Doom on Queen of Pain, and he wanted to reserve it. He thought they had enough damage to kill her without it. By the time he realizes that they don't, he wants to drop it, but then she's already used Sonic Wave, and then he realizes, wait, D-Stones is dead now. Okay, this is really scary. So then they get that kill on Queen of Pain. They should just back immediately from that situation, just get out. But they feel to themselves, well, they don't have the Quap anymore. We still have some moderately strong heroes with some magic damage, you know, Flybys here with the maxed out Scorched Earth. Let's try and make something happen. Who do we go on? It's unclear who we go on, and they spend so much time just deciding on a target that they lose the fight. But now Static Storm out with Morty's kisses. This time there is no indecision, and it works out magnificently in their favor. They might kill Phoenix as well. Does have a blink again, no Sonic Wave to get both heroes. Flyby showing up. They will get the Infernal Blade out onto TK. Easy kill onto this Io. Snapfire does end up ticking out thanks to the Signite burn. XCJ also in a little bit of trouble. Ignites. Woof. What a spell this is. What a spell.
They get a bottle charges for safety. Yeah, even in that last fight, Ogre was doing 1.6k damage, 1.3k here. Exact same amount of damage as the Queen of Pain.
D-Stones?
Funnily enough. Hello?
D-Stones? D-Stones? Team?
That sounds more like...
Okay.
Well,
gosh.
MS is not enough. He wants to be a party to this nonsense in the middle lane. Maybe get that an eye very nicely done.
But why is he
Yeah,
showing up
this is
now?
a lot more chaotic than it kind of needs to be, but
Yeah.
Aries is certainly getting the better end of these overall.
I can't believe how well the game has been going for both Shang-Chi as well as Phoenix. It's been just magnificent times. Phoenix in particular is just so many close calls have been avoided. So many clutch kills have happened. He's going bottom now to go kill Flyby. They're going to set up for the reload, but he gets doomed. They will bring in the two heroes. Oh, and there's going to be the usage of the stomp from the Centaur stolen away. The meme hammer not going to get dropped just yet. The real one comes out first. Not enough to kill Flyby, but the follow-up arcane hits are. And they want Son Goku as well. But now that Io is gone, they don't really want to keep this fight going without that additional sustain. He could port bottom, but there's not enough damage from SAG. D-Stones is not here. There's no like Maelstrom on MS or Deso, nothing that you have to be afraid of just yet. He only has this armlet. So they'll just keep in the area walking away with that kill. And despite what looked like a pretty cool setup from SAG, again we see indecision hurt them because XCJ doesn't want to commit Static Storm. And because he doesn't want to commit Static Storm, they just lose heroes for free.
Bit weird considering that Disruptor, you pick him against IO lineups precisely because of that. I mean, they're all linked together. They're all been stunned here. Nice little double stomp there from the Doom after getting the Doom out on the Quap and then follow up with the Cookie. But yeah, they just need to go balls to the wall. Like they're not having enough damage to really burst them down quickly through that IO heal if they don't use all their spells.
Yeah. Speaking of Io, assisting with this early Roche take. Lol, they left the Aegis in the pit though. This would have been so funny.
Ulu doesn't even want it? What?
He's not the carry. I mean,
The hell?
Ulu's only shown up to like a few of these fights, right? And we already saw, we were talking about it in the draft, that the true Io partner is not going to be the Queen of Pain or the Ursa. It has to definitely be OD, even though they're playing this hero in the off lane. This is still the hero that you have to keep tethered.
Mortimer's for an Ogre Magi, why don't you?
Alright.
Okay comes in though. Oh, XCJ, he's very dead. They've also got
They're
the
both
imprisonment. I mean, surely XCJ is dead eventually. There we go. They also get the imprisonment on some Goku. And then they get back out again.
Okay, so why you? I'm so confused here, Drag and Drop. I'm so confused.
Yeah. SAG. I mean, I thought, alright, maybe let's get a quick kill and then get out of this area because it is pretty dangerous. But it feels like they're committing to the wrong type of team fights, you know?
Yeah.
Or to the wrong type of pickoffs.
Nonetheless, though, they're still trying to get their farm. MS in dire need of some catch-up. He's building into this Heaven's Halberd here. Obviously, some evasion is good in this game. MKB can be purchased by Ursa and is already queuing it up. Ursa knows what's up. Ulu is awake and aware, understands how this game is trending, and in the top lane, they're awake and aware enough to find Flyby as well. They get that quick kill. Now, what will they do here? There's no Aegis on Ulu, so that's a dangerous place to be. The reload will come, and the glimpse is there. Do they have the damage for this kill? Not just yet, because MS, he jumped into the fight, but he's just not strong enough as of this moment. They do not really have the follow-up. Shang-Chi gets an Astral out onto this Razor. D-Stones cannot progress further in the fight. And we just got the delivery of the Aghanim Scepter as well. So we have the double Astrals. 2 ways to stop SAG in their tracks. And he goes in, second Astral out. D-Stones in danger. Will they follow this up with a kill? The reload can still return when it's up again. And it is now available. Woo! Sanity's Eclipse, though, dropped onto the face of MS. Straight up kill onto this Lifestealer.
Yeah, how's it work? It's mana difference, right? Mana difference multiplier, and then if you cast Imprisonment, you're getting an extra buff up. Yeah, that'll work well against Lifestealer, I'd imagine, you know? Hammer him down, he did not account for that properly. Aries, they keep finding these small little skirmishes, and they keep finding the better end of it.
Yep.
Always making the right decision here. Once again, Red Panda in front. He might end up dropping. That being said, there is some help coming. Nice one comes back on Ulu, though.
Okay.
To prevent the impact of that, the Monarch's Kisses to ensure that long-range kill, and TK should be back in a couple of seconds here. Even takes Phoenix a couple of meters further.
Kind of surprising that they decided to use the glimpse onto Ulu in that situation instead of onto TK. But, you know, still allows him to get a Red Panda kill. SAG definitely behind right now in a very, very, very rough situation. We were talking about how Aster.Aries needs to come out super strong, and they've done that. In command of this map right now. And there's a smoke move though. Oh, glimpse back onto Phoenix. Where did they catch him? Is there a Doom? Yes, there is. TK, they know for a fact that there will not be a relocate. And it's taken a while, but we finally get to see Flyby utilize the Doom onto a Quap, and that lead into a kill. 40 seconds on the deck. Will SAG do anything from this position? They'll need to make a push happen onto the safe lane tower, but they decide against it. They're feeling like this game is still a little bit out of control. Lifestealer still doesn't actually have any real items outside of the Somlet. So rather get him the Sange first. Get him the Heaven's Halberd. You'll play a little bit more catch up. You'll wait until Doom is online, and then try to utilize that as an insta-kill opportunity for yourselves, especially when you know the relocate's down.
Yep. That pickoff brought to you by Vision Gaming, by the way. Was on the high ground south of the outpost, really is what enabled that, getting the long-range glimpse. Relocate was on cooldown as well, so Io was unable to link back up and try and save her.
Looks like Red Panda's not really a fan of Vision Gaming. He says, down with it.
Yeah, it's very obvious what happens there after the fact, so Aries get rid of that. At least get a bit of extra money that away.
Also, something interesting about this game, Phoenix changed his build. At some point was angling towards getting Orchid, decided instead to be a bit more defensive, go BKB, presumably into Sange and Kaya and Lincoln Sphere. You know, we'll make sure that there's more protection against the Static Store, more protection against Doom. However, not having Orchid does mean that MS is a lot freer in this game than you're probably expecting to be. And this Lifestealer so far has only really died once. And the death was from a huge Sanities. One of these situations that just does happen, but it's going to be a bit difficult for them to reliably pick him off unless they commit the Sanities immediately with Fire Blast. And Aster.Aries, they don't connect with the smoke gank here, Dragon Drop. This isn't great. This isn't great because now this is time that's just being spent by SAG, getting more and more farm. D-Stones has full BKB, getting towards SNY. We already saw in game 1 how tanky can be when this build is complete, after he gets the... I don't think he goes Shivas in this game, but I could still definitely see him going AC into Refresher again. Well, last time it was MS, but Razor can still do it twice in a row.
Yep. Not sure if they're actually all that favored by standing in this game here. I mean, MS has... He's 0-1-1. He's actually not been a part of this game at all.
Nope.
As Aries starting to chip away this tier 2 up top right now. Ulu also getting stronger and stronger. BKB on top of the Basher now, so... getting all of that ready. Lincoln Sphere in the works for UD. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Aries just continue to play like this, you know, very aggressive, trying to work around these objectives. Not particularly fast, despite the meme hammer, despite the catapult, but we'll be able to get that down eventually, opening up the outpost. Very nice, because it also makes the next Roshan a lot easier.
Yep.
SAG, at the very least they have that helmet now, but I think they need to start fighting properly at one point.
Well,
Problem is, like, with these BKBs online, the static storm's not going to be nearly as effective, neither is the kisses. And you can only do one target, right? As they're walking forward, these stones, thankfully, very, very fast.
he also has an invis room.
Caught out. Ulu's still hunting. He's being doomed to linked. Static storm kisses, but defensive imprisonment #1. Could have a second one. Io actually linking up. Not exactly ideal. Ulu still can't fight. Just there's no damage left. They're running down the next one. Defensive imprisonment, just to delay the inevitable, as Phoenix and Red Panda able to clean up the supports at least.
Oh,
TK
no.
came back in to try and help, but he just feeds his second life away. That was questionable at the best. Phoenix, he'll be able to live through this.
Oof.
Just as we say that Aries want to play more aggressive, they end up playing too aggressive. Just with the smoke gank kind of going awry. SAG knew exactly what was going on, but Aries still chasing there, still just leading the charge with the Ursa, trying to find a kill. He just gets wrecked, completely taken out of the fight.
Yeah, it was...
Everyone else kind of far away, scrambling to try and help him out. It's just recipe for disaster. These stones, yeah. Get another free kill and get out on almost all of them, I think.
Yeah, everyone's fine.
Ulu.
Alright, Phoenix, bro. Oh, Ulu's stuck. Lol. Lol. Earthshock behind the tree. Classic moment for Carriersa. It happens. Well, they now want to hunt for this Aegis, but not really sad. They're not going to find anything. Into the pit, but it's empty. They really wanted to try and steal it to recover from that poor fight, but like you mentioned, they went too over-aggressive. The D-Stones breaks the smoke, sees them coming, goes invis, but they still want to stick around for it. And we finally also get to see that Flyby. He's been kind of quiet this last while with his Midas, just been chilling, farming up. Slowly but surely getting really high up there in levels. Like, I was wondering in that fight, like, wow, this Infernal Blade is doing a lot of damage, but it's maxed out at this point. He has it available. And MS, you know, hasn't really been allowed to play fully in this game, but from that fight, finished Halberd, moving into getting the AC. D-Stones, we see what can finally happen if he does steal away all the damage from Ulu. And Ulu, even with the defensive Astrals coming in from Shang-Chi, wasn't actually able to do anything in that fight. There was 0 damage. He activates BKB and just dies heads up. And that was... The sad thing is that can happen, right? And you know what really terrifies me? You know, we've been talking a lot about this refresher for D-Stones. At some point, fam, refresher for Doom is going to emerge. Then what do? Like, we've already seen how detrimental that is to all of their heroes to get doomed. Lincoln Sphere is still far away from Phoenix. Ursa's not going to build one. OD's unlikely to build one as well. So if you have to deal with double Doom, how on earth are you actually going to fight around it? As we know that a Doom's going to be coming now. Flyby showing up with this Blink Dagger.
I mean, BKB might protect you against the support ultimates, but does not protect you against Doom, does not protect you against all this physical damage here. They're gonna try and make it happen. Static Storm to follow here. Static Kinetic Field, the relocate comes out. Did not actually get the drop on the IO. Disarm takes over as Disruptor is dead. Phoenix blink off to the side. Son Goku with an extra bit of control. The hammer is being dropped. D-Stone's almost dead, but not quite. Gets infested.
First hit bash.
To walk away, but there's a Doom. Have to pick up the slack. They want some more, but D-Stone's found the TP out. Guarding up the Roshana's back. So this was great fight here just out of the Rosh, but as he responds, it'll be a freebie for them. Huge turnout again. I mean, look at the graphs on this one. It's going to turn into a roller coaster sooner rather than later at this rate.
That fight for Aster.Aries, it almost went very, very well for Sparking Arrow Gaming. They get the catch onto this Ursa, but sadly they do not find the IO. Static Storm was down onto Ursa, but you know, if you don't get IO, if the relocate does come out, then there's really no option. You can never kill Ulu in these situations, and we do see him survive. If he was inside that Static Storm, we do also see that he dies every time, if he provided that he's not being linked up by this Ursa, or Zayo rather. So SAG, proof of concept demonstrated. Execution though still needs to be a little bit improved. And now they're staring down the barrel of losing more real estate. Ulu this time around did make sure to give himself the Aegis, has Aghanim shot as well, so we have that bonus protection available for this hero. A lot more difficult to deal with just from that one Rosh play. If they don't get that Rosh, it's not nearly this easy for them to siege at tier 2, but now they get to siege like this for quite a while. They're just playing scared to be prudent and careful, but they need to do the same on the side of SAG. If anybody steps out of position, they could also easily get jumped, astraled, and then the follow-up damage comes very quickly from the rest of Aster.Aries.
It's how much of a difference that makes, that quick little relocate IO being linked up with the Ursa this entire time. Keeping him alive throughout all of this. Because they did commit Doom, Static Storm, and Mortimer's Kisses to try and get that kill, but when you don't get that then, all of that is missing up against the counterplay from Ares. So can very much go both ways. Red Panda going in. Trying to set up here, but force off from Son Goku gets into safety. Man, we've got a game on our hands here.
We do have a game on hands. Top though, they relocate onto MS. Is he gonna get bashed? Of course he is. Relo is gonna take him back, and he infests into the creep. They're gonna try leave one of these heroes behind. MS doesn't have access to TP, no allies nearby, so they are gonna kill him. But at the same time, they might take a fight on the other side of the map, as they've already managed to bring down Red Panda. Phoenix gets doomed by Flyby, so presumably will be following into the grave. All right, so it is core and supports traded for core and support on both sides of the map. However, for SAG, MS is their most farmed core, at least second most. At the time he was, but you know, death has an interesting way of depressing your net worth.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You know, after that, I'm not sure who actually feels more confident and positive about the situation. SAG are happy, of course, that they've gotten a kill out of Phoenix and they depressed the BKB charge, so that was the first one of the game. Losing MS always hurts, but he was frankly out of position anyway, you know, farming that close to an enemy tier 1. So I suppose it doesn't hurt as much when your core dies when he's legitimately out of position than when your team is playing properly, playing fine, but they just happen to have the necessary tools to kill you. So I think SAG are unhappy but okay with it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but I think they do realize that the pressure is mounting. I mean, Ares still have that Aegis available, and this time, alright, that's a good start. Sometimes it takes one of these bad team fights to remind you, oh yeah, by the way, we're supposed to kill Io first, let's do that. And then we move on from there, but Ares still feel confident here, tipping people in. SAG respecting that strength that they still have left.
Why would they respect? I mean, they don't have Doom, they don't have the Morty's Kisses available again, so
yeah.
Honestly, I don't think they should have respected it. I think that Aster.Aries' big strength right now is coming from TK, and if this IO is alive, then it's very hard to fight into them, but without him, I mean, let's just consider all the fights that SAG have looked really strong in. To come under one of two conditions, either when relocate is offline, not available for them, or when IO's on, just not there in the fight. Every single time that's happened so far, SAG have come away with something really, really important. So they should look to try and get these openings more. But I suppose they are still dealing with this Aegis on Ulu, so why take unnecessary risks? Just wait the 30 seconds until this time's out. Try force another fight. If you kill IO first again, then life starts to look really, really nice for you on the side of SAG. But life still looks good for Aster.Aries. Ulu smoking up with the crew. He's got MKB now, so not worried about this Heaven's Halberd of MS. And he wants to reveal it. He wants to show off his new toys to his friends that are chilling there on the dire side. And MS, buddy, get back to your team, please. Thank you.
Alright, flyby, being initiated on, hacks over on lifesteal though, if can burst it down, he can indeed just disappeared out of the map. Deleted these stones, Ulu trying to keep on top of him, the disarm not lasting for all that long through the ultimate. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a dead Doomy out of that imprisonment. Slightly mistimed hammer, but it doesn't matter, just too much power. Let's not forget, OD also right-clicking pretty damn hard, and
wow.
So is Phoenix, at least when it comes to supports.
Okay.
That was something, just fighting that hex over. Was it that? There was a hex, right?
Yeah, ODX. That was that hex.
You? I don't know.
ODFX. He got the hex out.
Was the first time that they saw it? Either way, like, I'm still dying there, not even getting rage out. That was crucial. It was devastating.
I was actually about to comment on that with MS saying that he 100% should have raged first because he got the vision, right? It's not like he was under darkness where he couldn't see his opponent. This fight happened in the daytime. He had perfect vision. They have an observer ward already out. The smoke breaks. Why don't you just press? If he presses rage in that fight and he's not the first casualty immediately, there is still a possibility of turnaround, right? Because they eventually did run out of some of their tools, but mostly just ran out of damage on the side of SAG, even though there was no relocate up again, even though meme hammer and real hammer had been dropped. Just get the quick picks, and MS almost got picked off again here middle. Hasn't had the cleanest lifestealer game here, if we're honest. Dragon drop needs to start executing a bit better as Phoenix jumps onto the higher ground. Oh no! Fire snap cookie out onto the Phoenix Queen of Pain. TK will be there with the heals, and D-Stones might have gone a bit too far forward. Turning around now, got off the second Eye of the Storm, is doing quite a bit in these fights. Flyby goes in, Infernal Blade out. They get the Sonic Wave going. He's trying to move away here, OD, during this Astral, saved again by TK, and TK with this reload. Is there anything this IO can't do? Two heroes in the fight that he saves. Oh my god, what a player.
He's a freaking hero, man. Like, the best sense possible.
Wow.
Big burst heal between the Holy Locket and the Mechanism, bringing Phoenix back up from the brink of death to about half health, enough from to blink away, and then the relocate safe. The Mortimer's Kisses is trying to finish off the OD.
Crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous. And now, because of that, Shang-Chi also has the ability to go for the Blink Dagger. That's another thing, right? He didn't even have Blink Hex, it was just a normal walk into range for the Hex.
Wow.
In the previous fight up against a Lifestealer. Yeah, it just goes to show, if SAG don't kill off IO first, they're losing the fight definitely. And if they don't kill IO, and if they do kill IO first, then maybe they have a chance, right?
Yeah.
Because especially with those raids, he did pick up the refresher. We saw that start to do some work. It would have finished off Phoenix very quickly if it wasn't for that burst steal at the perfect timing. So there is some more damage coming out from them on the back of that.
Yep.
Between that and AC and Lifestealer, right? They have some ways, but they need to kill IO. Hands down.
TK, no matter what happens in this game, even if Aster.Aries end up losing, undoubtedly going to be our game MVP. Done so much with this hero. So much space on the map's been opened up thanks to his plays, and they're going to smoke up now again on the side of Aster.Aries. We saw SAG go for a smoke recently that didn't really net them anything. And they do have a decent read on where SAG might be. They're doing for the full wrap around here. They know they're not inside the Roshan pit, so high odds they're still positioned here on the high ground. They might have the space to move in. They don't have clear vision, but they're going to come across the Doom. Oh, MS, he got off the rage. There's also a Doom directly onto this OD. Will they be able to save him? Of course they will. It's TK. Sonic Wave in the opposite direction. Flyby gets infested into, and despite them dropping Static Storm perfectly, they can't take the fight. Now, Ulu jumping back in. Fire Snap Cookie will save Flyby as well as a 4-star. D-Stones draining the damage away from Ulu. Refreshes to go in again. Flyby will die, but Ulu in danger. Ulu dies. They've now glimpsed back this OD. TK taken away from the fight. OD, no more options. Loses his life. Phoenix on the high ground. Fire Snap Cookie catches him. The Fire Blast from the Ogre gonna be good enough to, at the very least, stop and stall them for a second, but not good enough. And they take a full team wipe. Aster.Aries also brought back on TK, but nobody's alive for you to save anymore, my friend. And now SAG, they finally get some luck. They get the swing. And this is now their Roshan. The roller coaster Dragon Drop never stops going.
It never stops, indeed. And that was kind of weird because it started a bit rough. There was a double stomp from the Doom and like the Modernist Kisses and whatnot, but then the IO heals came through. To once again reset the fight for Aries, but then they still ended up losing because they didn't have any ways to slow down this lifesteal, and also this Razor. Razor did 7k damage in that fight, lifesteal of 5.6k.
Yeah.
All this physical damage starting to add up significantly. And yeah, the beautiful glimpse as well on the Ursa, just bringing him back as he was already super low.
Yeah.
Yeah, just SAG. Once the cores get to actually play, these fights tend to get a lot easier.
Mm-hmm. Look real strong in the fights. I think it also helps a lot that Flyby is walking around with this casual plate mail. He almost died so many times, and they do eventually kill him in that fight, but they had to expend quite a few resources just on him alone. Queen of Pain wasted an entire BKB duration trying to kill him. OD was also in a similar boat where he spent most of his fight just trying to survive against Doom. He gets back, but that does mean that the spells aren't available for other heroes. He also dropped the Sanities directly on him. Even this Ursa, speaking of Ursa, he's right in front of D-Stones, but just gonna get forced back. And Ulu, who is starting to run into that problem where he's not killing the Razor fast enough. Oh, there's actually gonna be a glimpse back. They force a BKB charge out of him.
Yep.
But he's not killing Razor fast enough to not get drained and to stop Razor from getting off the double Eye of the Storm. And double Eye of the Storm, whilst you're next to AC, we saw in that fight, the physical damage output is now just obscene. So they're really starting to have issues with this. Nobody on the team has built an AC of their own. Doesn't feel like anybody can really. Nobody's going to be building. They might get like a Shivas on Phoenix or on the OD, but in terms of just being able to resist the amount of damage coming from SAG, no real tools to do that anymore outside of hoping that TK is able to save you in time.
Yep. The fights get a little bit more complicated from Aries because it's not enough to just extend them and heal up your heroes, because Razor does have that high sustained damage now.
Yeah.
So if you don't kill D-Stones, he'll just be able to run you down. Or if you're running away, obviously against Disruptor, that doesn't really work half the time. As long as he has to glimpse at somebody. So I think for Aries, the priority target has to be... yeah, it has to be the Razor. I mean, he has BKB and Cheese though, so it's not particularly easy. Flyby is also getting closer and closer towards the Shivas.
Yep.
Which is also going to make the healing a little bit more complicated for Aries if he's in the middle of a fight. So yeah, it's getting into the late game snare. The gold graph is very even. Appearance as well, and that basically means that a lot of these fights, they come down to who finds the jump on who.
Uh-oh. Jump might be coming here.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't want to go in on that.
Okay. Check this out, Dragon Drop. I was thinking about this as well, of the various sources of minus armor. So double Eye of the Storm, right? We have AC on MS. We've got Little Shredder from Son Goku, who also went ahead and got the Little Shredder talent at level 20. And Flyby is in this situation where he is... Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to like build a Deso or something. I thought I saw a Blightstone there, but he's like, nah, survivability. Let me just not die. Give me the Heaven's Halberd. Another source of making sure that we don't get right-clicked by Ulu. So double Halberd onto the Ursa. You only have one BKB. You don't have a refresher yourself. Maybe you get lucky and the Lincolns blocks it, but still feels difficult. In fact, I think it's always a very bad sign when your Ursa feels that he has to build another defensive item at this stage of the game that isn't Satanic. If it's Satanic, I get it. I'm 100% with it, but you just have to build Lincoln Sphere. That's how scary it is right now. Not just to get doomed, but to get drained by this Razor. Completely ruins this Ursa in the fight.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like a great Lincoln's game because there's so many things that can break it.
Yeah.
But a lot of these things are, like, even the lower value spells, as I said, like Link compared to Doom or the Glimpse. Glimpse has led to quite a few kills. If you block that, you might survive just as well. But the problem is that only one of them needs to get through half the time as the fight breaks out. Disruptor just straight up dead. Doom over. Sonic Wave not doing a whole lot here. Phoenix, he blinked in. Can he blink out? He can. Just barely, but the rest of his team is on the run. Red Panda is down for the count. And secondary Doom here comes through, and these stones, he's just burning through them.
Oh my god.
Buybacks come through and they'll remind them, oh, by the way, this is not our base. We should probably get the hell out. The blink hacks forward. Doom will give his life with the Midas off cooldown. So this game's actually just lost from SAG, but the rest of them get away. So in all seriousness, they should be fine. Yeah, but yeah, once again, very disconcerted fight. You just initiate on the disruptor. It's just not something that you can afford, even if you get the kill.
Yeah.
He's not the problem right now.
Yeah.
Not by a long shot.
You're not also
Razor, again, the 7k damage by himself.
7k damage on Razor, stood his ground for so long. Lifestealer did 3. Queen of Pain, extremely fortunate to survive that fight. So, I don't know, man. This is one of the... And they had to buy back on 2 heroes in order to just get that 1 kill on Doom. And yeah, sure, they still have those racks that they've claimed in this mid lane, but they've lost out on this gold advantage. D-Stones is just proving impossible to deal with. We saw in that fight not just the damage output of the double Eye of the Storm, but he had Aghanims too, so whoo! It really, really hurts. And we now have the potential that anytime that they lose another fight like that again, it's not just heroes that are under threat. Buildings now suddenly will just tumble over in a second. Up until this point, one of the saving graces of Aster.Aries has been that they're not really that afraid of the push potential of SAG. That is no longer true. If these don't survive the fight, you will lose at least 1 lane of racks. So life is getting very difficult for Aster.Aries. Ulu heard us. He heard our pleas. He changed his mind. No Lincoln Sphere, rather the Satanic. This is definitely better. You get the Dispel as well out of this. And you just have a chance to stand your ground. And that's the one thing he just hasn't been able to do for like the last 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's turned into a very rough Ursa game. And again, these fights, they're very hard. You have to basically initiate these stones and hope to God that you can burst them down before... I kind of need the Blink Hex and then the OD Hammer to start with, and then also Ursa hitting him.
Yeah.
With all of that. I think the math checks out.
But
Fight isn't won on the back of that necessarily, but it's a requirement, I think, at this point. Seeing how much you can do, especially as you said, with that Aghanim Scepter. I mean, that's not just striking one person and nipping away at the armor, but 2 people at the same time.
Oh god, now that you actually mentioned this, that I just realized. If he gets relocated onto, right? If he doesn't get first hit bash, let's say this Ayo comes in with Ulu right now. If there's no first hit bash, and he can press R, the Ayo will die. Like, just heads up during the relocate. That's a difficult place to be in right now as TK. Despite having this 2k HP, just so much damage from SAG, and they're pushing this bottom wave in as well. So somebody from Aster.Aries will have to come home to attend to this. You definitely do not want to let this tower get low enough that Razor can just walk in and then threaten to kill it. Razor as well with 1500 HP, and that he's going for the Shiva's God. I love that he's going for Shiva's, not just because they already have an AC available. Sure, we might ask, well, Flyby has Shivas too, why go double Shivas? You know, you need some kind of armor to help you out against the Ursa, but also you need to increase your int as high as humanly possible to make sure that when Sanity's hits, barely tickles.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that much of an issue anymore.
2 Shivas is not necessarily bad, right? You still get extra... And like, the way these fights have been going as well, Flyby and D-Stones aren't necessarily gonna be sitting next to each other all the time, right? Just D-Stones just too fast for that. He's running running across his fight left, right, and center, trying to run whatever people down that he wants to kill. Flyby can't necessarily keep up as both teams walking into each other. The BKB comes out. Can't we use Doom on the Lincolns here? The BKB will allow Phoenix to reset. For one BKB exchange.
It's much worse as Phoenix to not have BKB than it is for Flyby, because now you can get doomed. Before they couldn't cancel the Lincolns with the Infernal Blade, but now they can. And that's why SAG smoke immediately. Instantly. They're like, let's go. Oh yeah,
Eternal Blade doesn't cancel.
not anymore. Yeah, by the way, they did change it, but they have other spells, right, that they can use, and they're coming. They want Ulu. Ulu does have Lincolns on him, and they have this right clicks out. TK coming in. The relocate will save. Red Panda not as lucky. He's inside the very far portion of the fight, but Ulu trying to jump in onto MS. Look at D-Stones go. Aghanim's refresher. The double storms are out. Gets him a double kill. Can he increase his return here? XEJ finally does die. TK, though, gets punished for being part of that kill. And they blink forward. Sonic Wave catches some heroes, but Phoenix might get punished for this one. He's in trouble right now. Huge scatter blast to the face does kill him. MS does eventually die to Ulu, or D-Stones rather, but the turnaround is coming in. They got the Doom out. Flyby was patient with the spell, utilizing it on the big core. MS also saves Son Goku's life with the Infest play. Red Panda can't TP out thanks to the Fire Snap cookie. Everybody's gone except Phoenix. Will he be able to get himself out of here? They are chasing. They're coming. They want to arrive as soon as possible. I don't think they're fast enough, so they have to let this one go. And Red Panda, though, getting tipped by absolutely everybody. Oh my goodness. The psychological warfare is also in with the warfare on the field and with no buybacks remaining. Fortunately for them, D-Stone doesn't have the double Eye of the Storm, but one with Aghanim Scepter and 2 Sea Dragons. This should be more than enough. I don't know why they didn't cliff that. No. No.
I mean, it's game either way, right? There's a creep wave being skipped up top, so that I think that was the reason, right? Get rid of the creep wave there before. So they can't actually go high ground right now. Aries might have another shot because of this play, but it's looking very rough. I mean, Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and another free axe for you.
Alrighty.
I feel like they've been hyping up these stones too much. So, and they heard us somehow, so MS was like, yeah, by the way, I'm also a hero. End up doing 9,999 damage in that fight, on top of saving Son Goku as he multicasts himself. Or gets multicasted.
Oof.
At the very end there, so it's, this is just ridiculous.
SAG, man.
Ursa cannot play this game, like he can't fight, can't really fight Razor, can't really fight Lifestealer.
Nope.
Health is just going way far too quickly. It's crazy.
It's almost like he can sort of stand against one or the other, but if both of them are alive in the fight, it's just not possible. He had to buy back, come again, in order just to be able to take out D-Stones once. Now D-Stones is sitting with an Aegis. You have potentially triple Storm available from this hero. And not the worst part about all of this is, honestly, them losing the Roshan, you know, at some point they're probably expected to lose an Aegis. You can deal with that, right? You can. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think here, Dragon Drop, that they'll be able to deal. Well, okay, it doesn't seem like they want to do it. Never mind. I was going to make the point that if they give XEJ this Aghanim Scepter, what on earth do they do against Ag Static Storm? But they in chase that to give it to Flyby so that they get the bonus duration on the Doom, the break effect. And, you know, given how good this Doom has been, and given how on point Flyby has been with targeting who to use the spell on in the fight, definitely a justified decision to give it to him. And they almost want to end the game. They're going for the smoke here. They're waiting. He has ninja gear, so they just want to find one target, jump on them, and then end the game right now.
Okay, whatever.
Just woke up. Yeah, that was me this morning, actually. Just woke up and lagging.
Oh no, it's Phoenix.
Though, as the fight breaks out. Phoenix. Okay, gets the blink away. I think, yeah, but his friends are just dead. What happened to him? I think he was in prison and walking away. Either way, this doesn't even matter, does it?
It's over. Yeah.
Just too much. Aries might have bought some extra time, but is this the triple? It's the triple! The triple Eye of the Storm! Woo! Woo!
What
legendary!
buildings?
It's just...
Wow.
SAG, dude.
SAG.
They actually did it. These mad lads actually did it.
Woo! They not just won the game, not just won the series, but they're the first team, the only team so far, to have put an L next to the Aster.Aries name. Look at them go. SAG. Damn. A very impressive showing here from them. I really like what we've seen. I like what came out of the squad. And this draft, it feels like they could have, this could easily have been a messed up draft, right? This could have been a situation where this doesn't work out for them at all, and they just wind up losing hero after hero after hero. And it looked like that for a large portion of time, right? Aster.Aries was playing on the front foot, playing with that massive aggression. But eventually, it stops being a thing. It stops being possible. I mean, look at this early game and how good it seemed for Aster.Aries. What happened, Drag and Drop? What changed?
Times like these, I wish I was smart, and I wish I would be able to give you an answer. But yeah, I mean, they were looking good, but then Ursa stopped being relevant. I think once again it was one of these situations where there was a lot of craziness, a lot of back and forth. This entire game was super even, so it's really down to who gets a jump on whom. And the small individual plays, like the Infest here, the Hex there, the Doom at the right time. And but yeah, the moment these stones got that refresher, they just stopped having damage issues.
Yeah.
So, and they just ended up kiting out the Ursa too much.
Just a bit too much kiting.
Yeah, I think the SAG just ended up outplaying, as crazy as that sounds, up against Aries, but yeah.
It's a very good game.
Also, let's not forget, Aries still not playing with White Album, because that was also pretty great though. TK with the big heals. But yeah, they're still not playing with White Album. I believe still might be stuck in Romania or in quarantine or one of those. So it's a bit tough to not have the full squad, the full top tier players. But it hasn't stopped them in the last games in this bracket, so can't really put it all on that at the moment, I would say. Well, it's just
Absolutely.
SAG really showing up and showing us what they can do. Like, it's not like this is completely unexpected from them, right?
Yeah. They've just they've always been on the cusp, it felt like, even in the games that they did lose, right? We have to take note of the fact that they have always, no matter what, every single series that they found themselves participating in, they take at least a game. Against Magma and Shenzhen, they couldn't get both, but they always took at least a game. They always had an idea of what to do. And here, the idea really comes to fruition. As the game went on, it just became kind of impossible, really, for the side of Aster.Aries. This Ursa couldn't do as much as he really wanted to. The double Doom is too much to deal with. I mean, we were talking about it in the draft that Aster.Aries, if they make sure that they're ahead enough that they don't have to worry about double Doom, things will be great, but they weren't. And when double Doom came out, the game almost ended. Double Eye of the Storm was too strong. And this Lifestealer, at the end, you were talking about how we sort of forgot about him, you know, quietly doing his thing, trying to get back in the game. Yo, ends the game as second net worth, only behind Flyby on the Doom, who had a phenomenal performance. Barely died and did a ton of his own damage in these fights. Spent a large portion of the game not doing any damage. This 27k hero damage you see here, most of it comes in the last 15-20 minutes of this game when he finally gets online, finally picks up his items, finally able to really show what he's made of here. And at the end, Sparking Arrow Gaming 2-0, that keeps their hopes alive, right? I was talking about how 2-3 losses is done. There's no potential for you to get upgraded, but with only 2, it's possible. And now Aster.Aries are the ones that start to get a little bit worried because they've copped their first loss against the Sparking Arrow here. They still have to play the other 2 teams that are right now occupying the top positions in Team Magma and Extreme Gaming. That means that they potentially have to worry about 3 overall losses. And after this hot start, it'll be so heartbreaking, Drag and Drop, if they didn't go into the upper division. Like, wow, it would hurt so much if that happened to them.
That's the kind of thing that can happen in this very competitive bracket. I mean, apart from Neptune and CDC, the other 6 teams, they all have what it takes to just upset and even make it to the upper division. Like even the qualified teams, of course, we've seen and hyped up YBB for good reason, but Shenzhen also not something that's to ignore, not a team to underestimate.
Yeah.
But yeah. SAG, they've yet to play YBP and Extreme Gaming, so those are their 2 last matchups. Not gonna be easy, but it's definitely possible. Like might be more than halfway through this bracket, but questions have yet to be answered, and I think those answers are gonna be exciting, no matter what. Absolutely,
no matter what, the answers will be exciting. They will be electric, and now SAG can get some well-deserved rest after being able to secure a massive victory here against Aster.Aries. So while they are resting, we yet again, thanks to a 2-0 win, have a fairly large break coming in for ourselves. Once more, another hour that we have to wait whilst we get the next teams ready, while the next teams are preparing themselves, while both teams will be going over any replays they have, going over their drafts, making sure they bring the best ideas to the third and final series of the day, which is also going to be a cracker, because between Team Magma and Extreme, both of them, Magma 3-1, Extreme Gaming 2-1, both in a position where, provided they keep the momentum going, you can still get into the upper division, you can still get yourself into that really good place. And you know, it's not going to be easy for anybody, but it does mean that literally every game counts. We could be looking back on this one series and it being the difference between one of these two teams getting into upper division or not. But for now, we take a small break. Aster.Aries, sadly, 0-2 for them. Life might improve once White Album returns, but Phoenix, shout out to him. He's held it down so far. It just hasn't been possible today. So now as we close this one out, I am being subbed out, so I will see you all for some future Dota. Dragon Drop has not dropped. He will not drop today. He's staying online. He's staying with you.
Not anymore. Yeah.
Dragon Drop turning into Never Drop. But thank you for spending this time with us. 2-0 victory for Sparking Arrow Gaming. And as you go take that hour break, remember, make 100% sure that you do 3 things for me. Number 1, go to Twitter, type in @DragonDropDota. Go follow him on Twitter. He's a great guy. Drop some good stuff there. Follow me on Twitter as well, @SnareGrodamus. And of course, make sure that you're following the channel here, Perfect World Esports, PWRD Esports on Twitter. Of course, that's the channel name here, so follow us. That's the thing number 1. Thing number 2, those of you who are going to be salty about Aster.Aries, remember that these are still humans. These are still just people doing their thing, plying their trade. So the fact that you bet on them or you're a fan doesn't give you license to be rude, to be mean, or to have any kind of disrespect towards the team, because they absolutely put on a show and they've been entertaining us with every single series. And the third thing, please, 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 go find somebody in your life who's important to you, who matters to you. Remind them that they matter. Remind them that you care. Remind them that life is better with them within it and that you love them. Do those things, be happy, and be back here in an hour as we continue with the Dota action. This has been Snare and Dragon Drop. This has been Aster.Aries and Sparking Arrow Gaming. This is the lower division of the Chinese DPC, and we will be right back.